Microphones are live.
We're going to call the meeting to order. Welcome, everybody. Let's see, can we please start with a roll call?
Councilmember Rivers,
Here.
Councilmember Lemus,
Here.
Councilmember Harvey,
Here.
Vice Mayor Ford,
Here.
Mayor Sparks.
Here. We invite you to stand with us for the land acknowledgement and Pledge of Allegiance. The city of Cotati recognizes that we are on the ancestral lands of the coastal Miwok, who are the original caretakers of this area. We respectfully acknowledge the indigenous peoples who have been stewarding and maintaining a relationship on this land as knowledge keepers for millennia. This acknowledgement does not take the place of authentic relationships with indigenous communities, but serves as a gesture of respect to the land we are on. Now please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next item on our agenda is the approval of minutes and notice of waiving of reading of all resolutions and ordinances introduced or adopted under this agenda. Just as a note, we did some strategic planning meetings last April, and it had been our custom previously not to take minutes for those meetings, but I thought that it was important to have a record as we go into our strategic planning this year of what occurred at those meetings. So we now have some minutes to approve from last year's strategic planning meetings in April, plus the meeting from January this year. Does anyone on the council have a comment about the minutes? Can we open it up to public comment?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to attendees on Zoom, please use the raise hand icon if you would like to make a public comment on approval of the minutes. Mayor Sparks, that'll end Zoom public comment.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to make a comment on the minutes for today? Lori?
I just wanted to give you a history of the minutes. In 2014, 2015, the meetings were not even agendized. I've been for years telling the city they needed to take minutes, and they didn't. And finally, we're getting minutes, but we're getting them, 8 months later. So you guys need to do better about, because those meetings aren't attended by the citizens anymore, and you can't even document whether a citizen was there. So that's why I'm concerned, and because it's going to end up you in court again with these strategic planning meetings being so closed. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment, and I agree it's important to have a record, and so we've got the minutes now, and hopefully we'll do that going forward. Let's see. Any other public comment within the room? All right, I'm looking for a motion to approve the minutes.
Move to approve all 3 minutes.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the minutes are approved unanimously. Announcements. So just bear with me. I'm going to read some announcements off. Meeting orientation for new attendees and viewers. In conformance with the Brown Act and the adopted City Council rules, the meeting agenda includes items labeled as action items where the City Council may consider the item. If the City Council considers the item, citizens will be afforded the opportunity to provide comments relative to the item being discussed. Relevant to the item being discussed. The meeting agenda also includes a citizens' business item, which is the designated place on the agenda where citizens have the right to say whatever they wish. However, the Brown Act prohibits the City Council from taking action or considering any item that is not on this agenda to ensure that other members of the community who wish to provide comment are notified in advance through a properly noticed meeting agenda. Measure S supports police services, a variety of recreation programs for all ages, and the maintenance of our streets, parks, and public buildings. See details on the web at cotati-city.org. Citizens interested in receiving City of Cotati community alerts via text or email are encouraged to sign up with Civic Ready by signing up on the city's website, www.cotati-city.org, under the How Do I link at the top of the homepage. Like always, we love to hear from you, so please feel free to contact the city at 707-792-4600 or info@cotati-city.org. If you have a non-emergency issue after normal business hours, you can contact us at 707-792-4611. And of course, if you have an emergency, please contact 911. Continue to look for updates on the city's website and social media channels available on Facebook, Instagram, and Civic Ready. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is a proclamation for proclaiming February 2024 as Black History Month. And I had forgotten to discuss this with you. Councilmember Rivers, would you like to read the
Yes,
proclamation?
please.
Okay.
So I'd like to call up Tina Rogers and Layla Parrish and Rachel up to the, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your last name. Brumfield, up to the front. And Erica, if you'd like to come too, you're also welcome. Okay. To come receive the proclamation. Okay. So, this proclamation of the City Council of the City of Cotati declaring the month of February 2024 Black History Month. Whereas National African American History Month first originated as Negro History Week in 1926 as part of an initiative by writer and educator Dr. Carter G. Woodson to recognize the heritage and achievements of African Americans and to enhance knowledge about African American history. And whereas the national theme for 2024 is African American and the arts, this year's theme examines the varied history and life of African American arts and artisans and celebrate African American art, which is infused with African, Caribbean, and the Black American lived experiences. And whereas in the fields of visual and performing arts, literature, fashion, folklore, language, film, music, architecture, culinary, and other forms of cultural expression, the African American influence has greatly influenced American culture. And whereas African American artists have used art to preserve history and community memory, as well as for empowerment, artistic and cultural movements such as the Black arts, Black Renaissance, and hip hop have been led by people of African descent and set the standard for popular trends around the world. And whereas in celebrating the entire history of African Americans and the arts, the community places into the national spotlight the richness of the past and present with an eye towards what the rest of the 21st century will bring. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Cotati proclaims the month of February as Black History Month in Cotati and calls on the community to study African American history, arts, and culture by visiting sites such as the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, to attend local Black History Month events, and to acknowledge the value African American community members add to the vibrancy and culture of our city, this and every month.
Oh, okay. Would any of you like to say a few words? Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Layla. I'm a senior at Rancho Cotati, and I think this is really good and important that this is happening. I think learning about Black history is important to create an informed society who can make better decisions than what have been made in the past and to pave a new way for the future. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your words.
And she is the president of the Black Student Union at Rancho Cotati High School.
Yeah. Well, there's more to say.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all so much for having us here. Thank you, Kathleen, for writing and acknowledging the proclamation for Rohnert Park and Cotati, or just Cotati, I'm not sure. Just Cotati.
Just Cotati. And
Okay.
I didn't write it. They wrote it.
I'm sorry. But as the Black Student Union advisor, this is my second year as an educator in the public school system. I grew up in Santa Rosa, went to Santa Rosa Middle, Santa Rosa High School. So been through a lot, didn't know I would become an educator. So now being a teacher in the classroom, dealing with students, hearing their stories, feeling their stories, I'm just really glad to be a part of Rancho Cotati and making history here, but also being a support as an ally and an educator to our students, especially of color, as we talked about studying the history within the educational system and the oppression that was in the educational system, the laws that were passed. We're just glad to see that people are listening and acknowledging and creating these spaces for us. So thank you so much, and we look forward to partnering with everyone and continuing to create safe spaces in our classrooms, in our schools, our school culture, across the cities, across Sonoma County. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. So my name is Tina Rogers. So I want to say, Madam Mayor, thank you, City Council members and city attorneys and people of the public and law enforcement, all of you guys that are here. Thank you so much. This is very, very special for me because I not only am a native of Sonoma County, and a lot of us, when we mentioned Rohnert Park, because we our families bought homes, and we were going to get a home in Cotati. I think it was like 6, and we're like, no, we don't want that one. So we had to go. But as far as Cotati, we played baseball here. We rode our bikes here. We went to all the fun events at the Hub. I grew up since 75. I think that's when my mom bought the home here. So we've been here for a long time. A lot of our families have grew up with a lot of the other families here. In all different cultures, and it's been really cool. This proclamation and Black History Month theme, Black and African Americans in the arts, is very special because American music is and has been created by Black people, Black Americans, and we have a lot of different stories on how these people got here, or they were here first, or however that happens. But if you like gospel, blues, jazz, rock and roll, hip hop, if you like disco, high energy, house music, you like rap and all that kind of stuff, that is American music and it's created by African Americans. And because of breakdancing and rapping right here in Cotati or at the community center, we would have, events over there. That brought me to be an educator. I'm a multicultural arts educater. I graduated Rancho Cotati as well, alumni. Ooh, go Cougars! And I had an opportunity to go to UC Davis. And at UC Davis is where I turned my passion back for the arts. So I came back to Sonoma County and started teaching in all of our schools, from Mill Valley, San Francisco, Tamales, Bodega Bay, all Cotati, Petaluma, all these stuff. And this is what hip hop brought for us. That's why I said I was bringing hip hop here. So it started out, 50 years ago with, breakdancing and rapping, but it brought us obviously 50 years later. And we're still moving on as a community. And it takes all of us, all of our cultures together to help push all of our schools. Just like Rachel Brunfield was saying, we teach every child. It doesn't matter where your culture is. At Rancho Cotati, we know where Cotati comes from. So we stand proud as Cotati members, even if we're not like actual residents here. And I just want to say thank you all. And this is the very first. But I'm also on the committee for the Sonoma County Martin Luther King birthday celebration. I'm also on the committee for the Sonoma, and that one is, we just celebrated, I think, our 44th year, and it's the oldest west of the Mississippi. Right here in Sonoma County, so you guys better be proud. Yeah. And we have, of course, the Sonoma County Juneteenth celebration on the committee of that. So we like to partner, and the number one thing is that we want to keep all of our students safe in our schools. We want to keep them safe in the community. We need to partner, and we need to include more arts education within ethnic studies so that we are not only doing the Irish jig one week, we're also doing the Korean fan dance. We're also doing the South African gumboot dance. So we use the arts and music and dance, and that's what makes our children happy. And that's what makes us all celebrate each other. And of course, we do our Bhangra. Okay, so we are here, and so thank you very much. My name is Tina Rogers, and we appreciate it. And we would like to come back, not just for a proclamation, but also can sit here and listen to all the things that are on the agenda and be able to give our opinion as well. So please commend yourself, the city of Cotati, and all of you here for recognizing Black History Month and African Americans in the arts. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to get a picture together?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, the picture. Let's go over here and they take it. Yeah, I forgot. All together. Your fault. Well, don't you guys line up? Oh, okay.
This thing's not in front of you guys.
Oh, okay.
And the podium.
So, you want to hold this? Stand. Sorry. Good. Okay. Like this, and then you come around there. The only thing that we got is like this. Peace. Peace. No, I'm serious. Come on. Come on.
Smile.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, the next, thank you for all of that, and those words were very moving, and appreciate hearing from you so much. Our next item on our agenda is a presentation, the introduction of the new police chief for the city of Cotati.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council, and audience. So I am very happy to introduce today Chief Simmons, our next chief of police here. And after an extensive community survey and a nationwide search and recruitment effort, we were lucky to find Chief Simmons, who I'll introduce here right now. So Chief Simmons began his public safety career with the Contra Costa County Sheriff's Office in 1998, and over the last 26 years has had the opportunity to work and lead in virtually every aspect of policing and public safety. He's had assignments in specialized patrol, investigations, SWAT, internal affairs and professional standards, training, and various administrative and executive positions. Chief Simmons has served as a deputy sheriff, detective, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, and was most recently the assistant sheriff in charge of the Field Operations Bureau of the Sheriff's Office overseeing a staff of 375 office or personnel in patrol, special operations, and investigation divisions, including the contract cities of Danville, Lafayette, and Orinda. Chief Simmons' formal education includes a Bachelor of Arts, 2 Master of Art degrees in psychology and psychology criminology, and a PhD in clinical psychology. He is also a graduate of the California Post Command College and the FBI National Academy. Chief Simmons is also a lifelong North Bay resident, including obtaining his Bachelor of Art and first Master of Art degree here at Sonoma State University. So he's a local here to us. And with that, I just want to welcome Chief Simmons to Cotati. Very happy to have him here with us. So, Kevin, if I could have you guys get up, and our Deputy City Clerk will swear Chief Simmons in, after which please remain up there because the council would like to welcome you as well.
Please raise your right hand. I state your name. I, Chris Simmons. Do solemnly swear. That I will support and defend. The Constitution of the United States. And the Constitution of the State of California. Against all enemies. Foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith. And allegiance. To the Constitution of the United States. And the Constitution of the State of California. That I take this obligation freely. Without any mental reservation. Or purpose of evasion. And that I will well and faithfully. Discharge the duties. Upon which I am about to
Thank you so much, and let me be the first to welcome you to the city. I'm so glad to see you tonight. Are there any comments or questions that you have for him? Let's start on this side. Yeah.
Sure. Chief Simmons, I want to say thank you for being our new chief, and I just look forward to working with you and with the department, and just through the great work that you will do with the department here. So thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you for choosing us, and we're glad to have you here. And I don't know, 26 years, you really don't look old enough. Did you start as an infant?
Wow. Can you say that more often, please? I really appreciate that. Every meeting we could start that way. Just to, thank you very much.
But we look forward to working with you and hope to see you around.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Likewise, welcome, and I look forward to working with you as we ensure that the Cotati Police Department continues to be the envy of the county. Thanks.
Thank you.
I just want to say welcome also, and congratulations, and look forward to partnering with you and getting a nice, well-rounded, diverse force here in Cotati. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your presence, and thank you again for being here.
Thank you for the opportunity. I truly appreciate it. Look forward to meeting everybody and getting to know everybody as well. Thank you.
And just a quick clarification, I received a comment card for that item, but we don't take public comment on non-action items at this time, do we? No. Okay, so anyone who wished to comment on that can comment during the citizens business section. So the next item is the approval of the final agenda.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would recommend one change under the regular agenda, item 13A, the recognition of Carl Schulman. I'd recommend that we move that up before citizens business.
Okay. All right, thank you. So since we are proposing to make a change to the agenda, we will open up this approval of the final agenda to public comment. If anyone wants to make a comment on the change to moving up the honoring of Carl Schulman, you can speak now. Anyone in the room wishing to comment? Can you open it up to Zoom?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon if you'd like to make a public comment on approval of the final agenda. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment.
All right, can we just do a quick vote? All in favor of moving that item up, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes. Okay, so that will be the first regular, you want to do that before citizens' business? Okay, so we'll move on to that agenda item right now. The recognition of Carl Schulman. It is recommended that the City Council adopt a resolution recognizing Carl Schulman's extraordinary contributions to the city and community of Cotati. And I was going to ask Councilmember Harvey to take this.
All right, thank you. Carl's special to me. I've known him for a long time, and I'm sad that he's not here, but I think that this is important. So we have a resolution recognizing the extraordinary contribution of Carl Schulman to the city and to the community of Cotati. Whereas Carl Schulman owned and operated Carl's Body Shop in Cotati since 1965, and whereas Carl's Body Shop has been run by Carl's son Bruce and his wife Helen since 2005, and whereas Carl was always willing to assist the community, including tapping into his deep pool of friends and associates to help the city raise funds for events during the Great Recession, and whereas much of Carl's life involved cars and motorcycles, he loved everything cars and he owned several hot rods. And whereas in the late 1950s and early 1960s, he raced motorcycles at the Cotati Drag Strip, Cotati Raceway, and in Petaluma. And whereas in 1971 and 72, he raced motorcycles in Utah at the Bonneville Salt Flats, setting land speed records. And whereas for many years, Carl brought joy to the community at the annual tree lighting event by calling in a personal favor and having Santa Claus himself arrive by fire truck each year. And whereas a tireless supporter of Cotati, Carl assisted each year at Kids Day by driving the Grand Marshal in the parade and assisting with other classic cars for the dignitaries. And whereas Carl assisted the Cotati Historical Society each year with their annual chicken barbecue, which raised funds to support the preservation of Cotati's history. And whereas when the Cotati Police Department began hosting the annual National Night Out, Carl was there and found a large portable barbecue that police staff used to grill up free burgers and hot dogs for the community. And whereas Carl loved local connections in the auto world and would tell city staff about an electrical vehicle startup run by someone he knows, Tony Aquila. And whereas Carl would always graciously invite city staff and city council members to the annual summer barbecue and classic car display on Stony Point Road. And whereas Carl loved Cotati for all the generous help that Carl gave to the city over the years, he was equally generous many, many members of the community when they needed help. Whereas somewhere along the way, Carl picked up the nickname of Uncle Carl by Terry Dutra, and whereas Carl was the Cotati Chamber of Commerce 2001 Citizen of the Year, and whereas the community and his family unfortunately lost Carl in 2023 at the age of 85, and whereas a portion of Carl's Body Shop mission statement reads, Carl's Body Shop and its employees will provide our customers with the highest grade of service and quality of repairs to ensure the safety, dependability, and value of your vehicle to you and your family. We will never suggest a service to your vehicle which is deemed unnecessary. We take your family's safety seriously as if it were our own. Whereas that mission statement sums up how we remember Carl: honest, trustworthy, helpful, generous, friendly, humble, and community-minded. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Cotati hereby recognizes Carl's extraordinary contributions to the City of Cotati and the community, and be it further resolved that Carl will be greatly missed and remembered by many people who knew him for his tireless work to a better community, his passion for all things automotive, and his friendly and generous disposition towards everyone. It is hereby certified that the foregoing resolution was duly adopted at the regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Cotati held on February 13, 2024 by the following vote.
Thank you. I'd like to open this item up for public comment. Is there anyone in the room wishing to make a comment?
Good evening. Shelley Berman. I'll try not to cry.
Don't make me cry.
Carl Schulman, I think, and I've only lived here 24 years, is the only person I know who got along with everybody in this town. I think the onlyest. What a generous, loving, beautiful being. And I had this thought early in 2000 that I wanted to help the local radio station and get Patrick Amio to make a sculpture. And I had the thought that I would ask businesses in Cotati to front the money so that I could buy the sculpture outright. And I went to Carl and said, would you be in? And he forked over $250 just like that, or maybe it was $350, I don't know, but he gave me the money, and then I had this sculpture. It was a red truck, of course, and but I needed something to drag that truck around, and I found a white truck that somebody was willing to give us, except it wouldn't pass smog. So I brought it over to Carl, and Carl had his whole body in the truck with his tush, what was left of it, outside the hood there, and worked on it and got it so that it would pass smog. And that's the kind of guy he was. He was willing to do anything for anybody who needed anything. And he accepted me. And I have a checkered past, but it didn't matter to Carl. He could see right to everybody's heart. Everybody was a human being deserving of the same love and respect as every other human being. And I think that having this on the same night as the proclamation for Black History Month, Carl would be so proud to be here and respected and celebrated right here. So what a thing. I miss him, and I didn't know he was gone, and my love to the family. And Carl, just a beautiful being. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public? Oh, we have someone else.
Hi, Adrienne Lobby at 1 Kingston Way. I am not one of Carl's closest people. It just was the beneficiary of his kindness and affection occasionally, and he worked on my car. He was always good at that. And I was struck when you read the proclamation. I thought, oh, I'm listening to this person who drove cars wildly and did all these exciting, young, exciting, adventuresome boy things, which, you know, I knew him as an older guy, so I didn't see that part of him. But I heard a story, and I hope this is true. I think it's true that Carl grew up in a family where his family took in people who, what we call developmentally disabled people. And I don't know if it was foster care or some version. I don't know the details. But I've always felt like somewhere at the heart of Carl was that sense of everybody, anybody, come with who you are and don't worry about your clothes or your money or your status or any of that other stuff. And at least that was my experience with him, and I'm really grateful. I think he infuses Cotati with good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, welcome.
For having me. I'm Doris Duncan, Executive Director for Sonoma County Wildlife Rescue. We've been here in this area for about 18 years, but I met Carl Schulman way before that when I was having problems with my own vehicles. He was the only person in this town that I could trust, or in Rohnert Park. And then when I started working at the Sonoma County Wildlife Rescue, he helped me in extraordinary ways. When we had nothing, he would come and bring us anything that he had to give away to help build shelters for our animals. And he would come up in his old tow truck and tow people up the hill that got stuck down by the animal enclosures. But he gave me one of my biggest gifts I've ever had. I grew up in foster homes, so I didn't have a family. And because of him, I have my Schulman family right back there. And his son, David, is the love of my life. I've been with him for 15 years. He takes really good care of me and my family, and they take care of all of our little animals. So I just want to thank you all for recognizing Mr. Schulman the way you did. I really appreciate you, and especially for our Black History Month with all of our people together in this room. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can we open it up for Zoom comment as well?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, if you'd like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment.
All right, thank you. If folks on the council would like to say any words, I'll start on this side if you have anything to share.
Well, I didn't get the chance to know him, but I have met his son and Helen, and they helped us when our car needed it, and incredibly kind. We came from San Jose, and my wife is a big banh mi eater, and there was just nothing anywhere, and she was, oh, I see Helen now in the back. Yeah, and my wife's like, can you tell me where to go for Vietnamese food? Like, is there any up here? And she's like, you know, but she told her where to go, and my son and she have gone multiple times, and it just helped us to feel a little more at home here. So it was a really lovely gesture that really meant a lot to us. So thank you.
I did not know Mr. Schulman, but feel like I know him a bit now. Sorry I didn't have the opportunity.
Yes, I also didn't know him, but just I loved hearing the stories. He just seemed like a person with a big heart, and I appreciate him. And I know that he was missed at the tree lighting event that we had. His partnership with Santa Claus was exceptional. So thank you to the family.
Carl would call me occasionally, and he'd tell me stories, and I always loved to hear his stories. And I remember one Saturday he called me, and I'm glad that they have something about motorcycles. He called me up and he says, Susan, he goes, you doing anything right now? And I said, no, why, what's up? What do you need? He goes, well, you know, there's this motorcycle thing over at the motorcycle shop. He goes, I want to take you. I want to show you. And he came over and he got me, and we went through all the old motorcycles, and he talked to me about all the parts and how they worked and everything. And that's one of my fondest memories. It was just one of those things out of the blue that he called me and had me go with him. But I miss him dearly. I know he's done just so much, and he's got big shoes to fill. I don't know if anyone can fill those shoes, but I definitely miss him, and I'm glad that the family is here. And while we can't do much, at least we can recognize what a wonderful person that he was to our community, and his heart was giant.
Oh, what? We can reopen public comment. Yeah.
Something that this is very, very important. I want to say to the family, growing up here in Cotati, in the whole area, you know, we're all the same, even though we have two different cities. We remember as kids, we remember the auto shop. Remember, just like we remember the flower man. So when you have these businesses and you're in the community and you're here in Cotati, it's very, very important. And all these little children that are walking and riding their bikes, it makes a difference because we remember. And I'm glad that we're here today because I remember this a long, long time ago, or a long time. So God bless and rest in peace to your family member. Okay, and Carl, I remember that as a child. So thank you for giving me that opportunity. Glad we're here.
And I also did not know Carl personally, but I've heard of him from many, many different people telling me stories. And I think that's a mark of someone who made a real impact on the community. People who never even met the guy, like, know all about him. And I feel a real sense of loss hearing all your stories because I wish I had got the chance to know him too. So I want to thank everybody for coming here tonight and for sharing your stories about Carl. Thank you.
I would like to move that we adopt the resolution.
Second.
Right, let's take a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda is citizens' business and public comment for consent calendar items. Any member of the public wishing to speak to the council on any items listed on the consent calendar or any matters not listed on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council may do so at this time. Do you think I should take a little break? Pursuant to the Brown Act, the council is not allowed to consider issues or take action on any item not listed on the agenda during this period. Pursuant to City Council Policy 2023-01, comments of any member of the public are normally restricted to a total of 3 minutes in length per person for matters not on the agenda and a total of 3 minutes per person in length for any and all items on the consent calendar. The mayor may extend the time limit for a reasonable time where a disability accommodation has been requested. To facilitate public comment, the deputy city clerk will alert speakers when there are 30 seconds remaining. All right, we had a comment card from Lori Alderman. Lori, if you'd like to come speak.
I wanted to discuss about reeling in the code enforcement and the hearings. To give you a little history on it, in 2015, and there was the last code enforcement hearing, and it was in front of the city council. Robert Smith came in 2018 and made it a quasi-judicial one. He wrote the code, the administrative code. He's the code enforcement officer. He's the attorney, the prosecuting, George Barrick. Right now, George's fees are at proposed fees are $618,000 that you all are threatening him. That's his house. Over 8 violations. There's no date set for that. The judge, Mr. Smith, changed our program first, he gets $50,000 for each city he's done because of the excess of changing Catatis. He's got the city of Sebastopol, the city of Cloverdale, and the city of Windsor. To change it, so now the judge is ruling there's no public input, there's no video, only the city can do it. They've asked for a journalist to turn off his camera. You guys need to be watching and reeling in this code enforcement because you're going to end up in federal court. $900 an hour for, once again, for the lead attorney, $500 for the regular attorney an hour, and then me as the paralegal is $250 an hour just to get there. And you guys are ignoring this. I've said it over and over again. You need to bring in code enforcement. You can't have all this commingling of all these roles of the attorney is the code inspector. We couldn't even, the attorney didn't have to get in front and confront the act because he was the code enforcement. We couldn't even call him up. It's code. You guys are breaking civil rights like you wouldn't believe, and you're keeping the everything's happening behind closed doors. You're not keeping the public in, and it's just going to end. You guys need to ending up in civil, federal court over your past, and you're continuing into your present. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else in the room who'd like to make a public comment?
Good evening, Council. I have not met you all yet. My name is Adina Flores. I'm the largest activist in Sonoma County. My mom was the former finance director of Rohnert Park for over 20 years. She repeatedly told me how corrupt the city of Cotati was, and she was forced out of her position for questioning the budget. I'm only here this evening because I've watched Miss Lori Alderman, who just spoke, with her inquiries go unanswered, and they echo my own. She won her free speech case against you all, and you still won't answer her. So now I'm here, and my workout was interrupted this evening, and I'm not too happy about that. I don't want to be here right now. The Black community deserves better in Sonoma County. Racism was labeled as a public health crisis in this very county. These resolutions for Black History Month are virtue signaling and nothing more. June is Black Music Appreciation Month, yet we forgot that President Biden, that the Democrats love, passed that resolution annually, yet the entire month we talk about Pride, and there's no mention of the Black community. Why is that? We've had 6 Black presidents, not one. 1% of Black blood in this nation meant you were Black. We have folks who were biracial like myself. We have the NAACP monies being funneled to the white supremacists of Healdsburg, the Gores. Why is that? We don't teach history. We virtue signal. We put tokens in place so we can indoctrinate our communities and steal from them. Now that Ms. Alderman's questions are going unanswered, I'm glad that we had the chance to welcome the new police chief this evening. Our assembly candidates, Chris Rogers, Santa Rosa Council, former mayor of Healdsburg, Ms. Ariel Kelly, his opponent, they have had the pleasure of interacting with me recently, but because I've used your own hypocrisy and the Democrats want to defund the police, it's a bit hypocritical when you call them on me every time. So please make sure that her questions start to get answered, or I will make sure that I'm here moving forward. Thank you so much. God bless.
All right, thank you very much for your comment. Can we open it? Oh, one more commenter. All right, thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Michael Hilber, and I live in Sonoma County unincorporated area, not the city of Cotati. But anyway, I'm here because I want to say that I care about people's constitutional rights, their civil rights, and also their property rights. Something really funny happened to a neighbor of mine, and she's got some sort of problem with collecting. She considers herself a scrap dealer, and she had a property with too much metal and junk and stuff around. And what happened was the city, she got annexed to the city, and the city, fined her and ultimately sold her property at a tax lien sale through the county. Anyway, it turned out she got it back, and the reason was that this woman, despite her problems, did some legal research and found that it was required that fines collected be applied to cleaning up the property, and the city of Santa Rosa did absolutely no cleanup of that property. And it turned out the sale was voided. And, the guy who actually bought it at a discount, he was extremely mad. And, the county council said, well, there's nothing we can do about it. This was just an invalid sale. violated her property rights. So anyway, the reason I bring that up is we got to be cautious when we're dealing with people's rights and be very careful because, it's easy for government to trample on people's rights. And it hurts the whole society when we do that.
Thank you for your comment. Right. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Marty Kashuba, and I'm not sure I understand the last couple of speakers, but I want to commend the council for all the good you do and all the hard work you put in. And if there's something about holding George Barish not to be like Trump, I'm all for it. But I want to, on a positive note, the water department. I recently bought a home, and I can't tell you, I encourage you to promote the young woman who sits behind the water department window. They helped me on the phone for 45 minutes to get registered, and I'm kind of angry that you have to do it online. I think I'm 83, and there are other people who move here, and it's impossible to go through that stuff. Secondly, then I said, okay, we did it, thanks to the staff in the water department. I came with my computer because I said, all I want to do, I do some traveling, and I want to get my water bill paid, on my credit card. Well, that requires going to the internet, and I couldn't do it. But a woman knelt down with me for 45 minutes. I brought my laptop. It didn't happen. But she said, come on in Monday and we'll try again. So we came in Monday, and thank goodness we were successful. But all I'm saying is there's got to be a way, even though there needs to be a paper trail in the computer, that there's a form. You just fill out, I've moved here, I'm starting my water, and let the staff then put it in. And they say they can't do that because, it could be a fraud. But there's got to be a simpler way. It's not good. But thanks so much for all your hard work.
Thank you so much for your thoughtful comment. We appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak? Okay, Kevin, could you open it up to Zoom?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, if you'd like to make a public comment for citizens' business or consent calendar items, please use the raise hand icon. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment.
Oh, let's allow one more public comment in person. Yeah.
Hi, Shelley Berman, resident of Cotati. I want to be grateful to Public Works for all they've done, especially with this last storm. And this is the first time since I've lived here, 24 years, where I lost power for 24 hours. And it's the first time in all what's been going on. So I just want to be grateful for this town and that we have our own public works and that we have dog bags so I can pick up the poop out on the path, and our path from from East Cotati to Commerce got hit pretty hard with taggers, and I saw Susan out, a public works person, and showed her the graffiti, and she was out there and painted it. And so I'm just grateful that we have what we have and that we have willingness to help. And kudos to everybody. And thank you again for your proclamations today. That was beautiful. And thank you. Not crying.
Thank you for your comment. All right, that will end citizens' business and public comment for consent calendar items. The next item on our agenda is approval of the consent calendar. Is there anyone on the council who'd like to pull an item from the consent calendar? No. Okay, yeah.
No, I didn't want to pull it, but I was wondering if, since the members of Rose and Rollies are here, if they could talk a little bit about their event, but not really pulling the calendar item.
Mr. Obid, do we need to pull the item to have someone talk about that?
We probably should pull it just to have a
Okay.
conversation about it.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
so we'll pull the Roland Rosie's Car Club show fundraiser. All right, any other concerns? Yeah.
Not a concern, but I had questions on a couple of the items, and both Ashley and Angela were there for me and answered my questions, so I really appreciate that. I did not need to pull the items, and my questions were answered, so thank you.
Okay, great. All right, so looking for a motion to approve consent calendars items B through H.
So moved.
Second?
All right, I see a hand up just to consult with the city attorney for a moment. Did we take public comment on the consent calendar already during the citizens' business?
We did indeed, yes.
Okay, okay, so,
Isn't that how the item is called out on the agenda? It includes citizens' business and comments on the consent calendar.
items.
That's how it was called.
okay. Just wanted to make sure, so we don't need to reopen public comment. All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor of approving the consent calendar, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? All right, thank you. So the consent calendars B through H are approved. Now, can we have a presentation on item A?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So apologies, let me be there 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so this item is for the Roland Rosie's Car Club fundraiser, which is held in La Plaza Park. This would be the second annual event. Last year they did their first fundraiser in La Plaza Park, and as I understand it, it went very well, and so that's why they're back again this year to do the second event here. And the event is a poker run fundraiser event, so it begins in Healdsburg and travels to 4 other stops and ends here in La Plaza Park. And it's a family-friendly and free to the public to attend, but if people want to partake in the poker run portion of the event, there's a fee for that. The event features music and vendors from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., during which time they'd have exclusive use of the park and a little bit longer hours for the bandstand for setup and breakdown. And the event will also include vendors and food trucks selling food, beverages, and merchandise. Alcoholic beverages will be sold in association with the event. And I think that's pretty much it. Happy to answer any other questions.
All right, thank you. Does anybody from the Roland Rosie's Club, would you like to say a few words? Or?
Hi, my name is Katie Prosser, and I'm the Vice President and Social Media Director for the Roland Rosie's Car Club. And I just want to say thank you to all of you. We've left with Ashley, we've left her some Roland Rosie's t-shirts for you all this evening, just to thank you for supporting us and supporting this event. It allows us to continue to do the good work in the community, supporting mental health awareness and suicide prevention. We were able to support 2 local causes last year, Somos Windsor, and also TriStar Healing, which is local here just in Pengrove. And the year before that, we were able to support the Common Ground Society. So thank you for allowing us to use the park. It was a great place to have our event, even though it poured down rain right before. We were covering things, covering classic cars like madly, but the sun broke out, and it was an amazing event. People came out from all over the community to even volunteer. and we never met them before, local businesses and whatnot. So we're really grateful to the people and the businesses of Cotati. So thank you all for allowing us to have our event here again another year. Thank you.
Thank you. Did anyone on the council have any questions? Or yeah.
I didn't have a question. I just had a comment on the, and I spoke to Ashley about this, on the application. It says food served, and it's actually being sold. But that's the only correction, is that they're going to have vendors. So that was originally my question, and it doesn't make any difference to the application. So that's why I wasn't going to pull the item. But,
okay.
And I know if Carl was here, Carl would be there.
I'm so sad I never met him before.
He'd be right there.
All right. Any other questions? Yeah.
No, I appreciate all your work on it. I know how it is to put on a big event, and also especially the causes you're supporting. Yes, Somos Windsor and also the Pengrove. So appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Since we've pulled this item, I'll open it up for public comment. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak on the item? Okay. No one wishing to speak on Rosie's Car Club? Okay. So let's open it up on Zoom.
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon if you'd like to make a public comment on this item. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment.
All right. Thank you. I'm looking for a motion. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Make a comment. Absolutely.
I just wanted to say, I don't know how I missed this last year. I must have been out of town, but there's no way I already put it on the calendar. This looks like super fun. Thank you. And I would like to make a motion, but I wasn't ready, so it's. Oh. Where's the text? Do you know what page the text is?
You could read it off of
the agenda.
Page
No, that's the
18.
resolution. So I move that we adopt the resolution 2024 Roland Rosie's Car Club Show fundraiser.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second adopting a resolution approving the Roland Rosie's Car Club Car Show fundraiser in La Plaza Park. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously.
And thank you for the t-shirts too. That was awesome.
All right, the next item is direction on future agenda items. Does anyone on the council wish to propose a future agenda item? Okay, seeing no takers, we will move on to item 13B, which is a presentation of the community polling results.
All right, so thank you, Mayor, members of the council. With us tonight also is Kurt Ballou with FM3. He's live on video now, and I believe Miranda may also join us, which also works with FM3. But they'll be the ones actually presenting the slide deck and talking through that. But a little bit of background: we conducted polling very similar to this in November of 2020. And at that time, the council directed staff to continue periodic polling, generally using the same questions to track changes in community sentiment over time. And unlike a self-selected survey, like a SurveyMonkey or something like that, which can provide a general sense of community sentiment, continuing the proposed polling program provides statistically valid information within certain margins of error to determine what follow-up action should be explored further. So fast forwarding to more recently, September 26th of last year, the City Council authorized an agreement with FM3, who Kurt is with, to continue the polling effort largely modeled on the 2020 polling effort. In addition to authorizing the contract, the City Council also appointed an ad hoc committee of the City Council, which consisted of then Mayor Harvey and Councilmember Lemus, to review the draft polling questions with staff and FM3 prior to initiating the public polling. The public polling that you will hear about in the slide deck was conducted from November 10th through December 4th of 2023. And with that, I will hand it off to Kurt to walk through the slides.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm Kurt Bala with FM3 Research. Really happy to be presenting these results. Thanks for the opportunity to work with you once again on these particularly important issues. My colleague Miranda Everett, who worked very closely with city staff and myself on this, she is unfortunately has a conflict tonight. So you just got me tonight. So I'll do my best to fill in her boot. All right, so first slide, please, or next slide, please. So first, I'm going to talk a little bit about the methodology with what we call a multimodal survey here, or in this case, sort of two data collection modes. We did telephone interviews and online interviews. If someone took the survey on the phone, we called them, and if someone took the survey online, we reached out to them through a few different means, either by sending them an email invitation with a link, a text with the link, or a postcard with the unique code that they can enter in. We pulled a sample of residential addresses in Cotati. That was our basics of our sample, and then we matched that where we could to contact information. So if we had a phone number, we could call or text. If we had an email, we could send an email. And those who didn't have any contact information, or at least were able to send them a postcard. And then the most critical thing here is we use census data to set demographic quotas. So that was to make sure that we were talking to a representative sample of adults in your community. So this was not a survey of non-Cotati residents. It was not a survey of minors either. We did offer the survey also in English and Spanish, and we have a number of comparison points to prior surveys. The one we did most recently, as noted, was a similar type of survey. We've also done some prior voter surveys in the past for different types of revenue measures you've considered in the past. I'll just point out before we go to the next slide that sometimes 1 and 1 might equal 3 because of rounding. So if something's off a point or two here or there when you do the math, that is probably intentional, because under 1.4 plus 1.4 actually equals 2.8. Next slide, please. A couple of notes about the demographics here. So this is based on the not just your census data, but filtered for adults. So this might differ a little bit if you were just to go and get the U.S. Census Quick Facts report here. But you'll see that it's your city, the adult population's, roughly 50-50 on gender, but, skewing a little more female. Majority of your adult residents are under the age of 50. About 2/3 of residents are white. About close to 2/3 don't have four-year college degrees. Most were born in the U.S. Many actually speak other languages at home, although we're not monolingual. And a number of the folks took the survey in Spanish as well. Next slide, please. So this is a little bit about the margins of error. And so when we isolate residents who are white adult residents there, that's the number of actual interviews we had with those populations. The margin of sampling error is going to be 6%. For residents of color, we just, the margin of error is already up at 9%. So it's a little tricky for us to really pull that out and look at particularly smaller subsets of that category. And that goes for getting into like really small, age groups as well. So as we go through this, just kind of keep that in mind, and we'll point out places where the margin of error is something that's notable. So differences of a few points here or there between this survey and the prior survey, I think we need to look for some trends, but also take in consideration that there's just natural variability when you're conducting this type of research. There's also a lot of open-ended questions. We asked more of those here than we do in our traditional research, and I think it made sense given the topic. But in some cases, they were conditional. Maybe, did you have an experience? And if you had an experience of this sort, please tell us in your own words a little bit about it. And so in those cases, we try to categorize those responses. But if there weren't that many responses, it could be a little bit confusing if we start breaking out 25 responses and giving them different percentages. So in those cases, we'll report the actual number of respondents who gave each of those responses. I'll point that out, but just want to make sure we're flagging that a little bit on the front side. Next slide, please. So the first section is sort of where people's heads are. This is the old Gallup question, right direction, wrong track. that blue line across the top is the percentage of respondents who think that the city's headed in the right direction. So earlier surveys were voter surveys, and the more later ones were resident surveys. Orange bar, orange line of those who feel like the city's off on the wrong track. And actually, things have been holding pretty steady over time. Now, some differences here and there, a little dip, a little, ebbs and flows here, and it may have something to do with the different samples, but pretty consistent. And I will say that a lot of the research I'm doing these days is ballot measure focused for different communities. And there's a lot of ambivalence and concern about things, and having a right direction number at 65% is really quite positive compared to some other communities we've been conducting research in recently. Next slide, please. This is a kind of a quality of life rating question. Basically, do you think Cotati is an excellent, good, just average, or poor place to live? You could also say extremely poor, but basically no one said those things. We kind of lumped them together there. 86% of residents took the survey said that the city is an excellent or a good place to live, including a third that said excellent. Very few don't like living in Cotati. I always get a getting a flavor of listening to some of the public comments in your council meetings in advance, because there's a lot of positivity that I hear about life in the community. And so it's nice to see it reflected in the survey results as well. Next slide, please. This is an approval question. So we presented in random order here different elements of your city government, some of your biggest departments, your council yourself, city government overall. And we asked people who took the survey to say, hey, I approve or disapprove of the job this aspect of city government is doing. So blue bars are shades of approval, orange shades of disapproval. And we push people a little bit, is that strongly approve or somewhat approve, same for disapprove. And you'll see here that the police department, public works department, and the recreation department have very high approval ratings. Basically 3/4 or more of residents approve of the job they're doing. City government overall actually is at the same sort of level, not the same intensity. That is an incredibly positive number for local government these days. And similarly, your city council at 61%, that's also really high. Many times we have a big gray bar there. A lot of people who couldn't even venture an opinion about a city council or a school board and how the job they're doing. But that's not the case here in Cotati. People are more informed, and I would say I observe in other communities. And the planning department looked pretty similar to the city council. I will note, a new police chief here, so he's got some pretty high approval ratings to step into here. Hopefully he's really excited about that. Next slide, please. A few of these we've asked in the past, and again with the caveat that some of those older surveys were of voters, but you'll see something like the police department. That's been kind of consistent. Same with the recreation department. Same with public works. Approval ratings have been plus or minus a few points here or there. Police department number went down in 2020, but kind of has come back up. But those are not really big changes. I would say the planning department, that's had a little more of a steadier increase in the last few surveys there. City government overall, those numbers and city council way back in 2009 were really, really high and took frankly, a pretty notable dip in 2013, but have been kind of slowly coming back up, particularly impressions of city government overall. Next slide, please. Now we're starting to get a little more into policing and public safety. We're sort of big picture here because we wanted to know if residents had a really generally positive or negative or really ambivalent point of view about life in the city, that might influence the way we interpret some of these more granular questions we're going to get into here. But now we're starting to lean this direction a little bit here. So do you approve or disapprove of police officers, broadly speaking? And this was not specific to Cotati police officers, just overarching numbers here. Because we wanted to see if there was an appreciable number of residents who maybe had some misgivings about police officers, broadly speaking, that they may influence how they respond to questions specifically about Cotati's police officers. But it looks like residents in your community, by and large, pushing 9 out of 10 approve of police officers in general. Next slide, please. So again, let's look at some of those bigger picture questions. This is a type of question that we ask in a lot of surveys. It is, here are some problems that we've been told may be facing your community, some of which you as a city have influence over, some you don't. But what are people particularly worried about? And the scale we used was, is it either an extremely, very, or somewhat, or not too serious of a problem in Cotati? For this type of question, we look at the more intense responses, the extremely, very serious problems. So those darker orange bars, we've summarized those on the right-hand side and sorted by it. And there is a clear number one issue, and it's the availability of housing that working families can afford. 72% said that was an extremely or very serious problem in Cotati. That is one of the top 2 or 3 problems pretty much every place in the Bay Area that we are asking these days. But you'll notice that it is, almost 30 points ahead of any other level of concern and these other items here. And frankly, with the exception of that item, these are all pretty low levels of concern. It's pretty common to see a number of things get into the 50s and 60s. So this is very reflective of those great quality of life ratings that we saw earlier. But in, second tier, and there's not a big spread here, impacts of climate change, traffic congestion, economic factors, risk of wildfire. But those dark orange bars are relatively small compared to housing availability. Next slide, please. And you'll see here that we have, road conditions and crime. It's, not a lot of intensity around, but at least majorities feel like they're at least somewhat serious problems. And then you get to the items below that dashed line where you have very few who feel, or these are pressing problems, which is, condition of parks, but also items more specific to this survey, which is the number of police on duty, discrimination in Cotati, and police use of force. Few residents compared to these other items thought that they're particularly pressing issues. I don't mean to discount the roughly 1 in 5 for all those 4 categories who feel like those are pressing, but if we're trying to look at a relative scale, they're much further down the list than some of the other items. Next slide, please. And a few of these, not all of these, we've asked about in the past. And you'll see just a real big jump when it comes to the affordable housing and its availability. That was still a top issue in your community, but wow, it's 20 points higher than it was back in 2020. Crime, interestingly, while low, in that low category, was down at only 5%. We're worried about it in any meaningful way back in 2019. So that has been ticking up slowly. Something in the conditional of the economy that really moves around quite a bit more than other items. Next slide, please. And we also, you'll see this particular kind of table multiple times through here, but we're breaking out, given that the subject matter here, white residents from all residents of color. And again, that combines, mostly Latino residents, but kind of combines everybody else as well. It's interesting to note the relative priority of these is somewhat similar, but just across the board, residents of color view virtually all of these things as more pressing problems than white residents in Cotati. Although, the number one issue is really the same for both groups of residents. Next slide, please. I heard some discourse around public meetings and online. So we did slip this in as well for Damien's request, which I think is a good one, which was, hey, if you were going to attend or have you attended some sort of city public meeting, how do you prefer? Do you want in person, on Zoom? Don't care? Really have no interest in ever attending a meeting. And there wasn't a really strong, preference for one over the other. 28 versus 22, so a little bit more in person for you Zoom, but that's not huge, not too far outside the margin of error, and a plurality said they didn't really have a preference. So I'll just leave this here, and this is something that you as a council and city administration can have as a data point for making decisions going forward. Next slide, please. Now we're going to get into, really more of the heart of this research. Next slide, please. But we asked this question back in 2020 as well, and gave it a pretty broad aperture of time here, which is in the last 5 years, have you ever personally experienced racism in Cotati? And if so, how frequently? Frequently, occasionally, or sometimes? And 23% of people said they personally experienced that at some point in the last, and 5 years is a long time. 71% said no. Well, that's up a couple points from 2020, but within the margin of error. So not a huge change from the last time we asked it. Only 1% said frequently. Next slide, please. Slightly different question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We had a question from the council.
I just wanted to ask this question about experiencing racism. Is this people of color, or is this white people answering this and people of color?
This was everybody. We asked this question of everybody.
Is there a way to break it out by people of color? Because I wouldn't expect, that could be a very different answer.
Yeah, we can break that stuff out. We break out, there's just a lot of questions in here. So I'm going to put a note, and I can circle back with maybe later on this call if I have time, or with staff afterwards to answer those specific questions. And I would think if there's anything like this that comes up, could you dig a little bit deeper into this? Please funnel those through your city manager. We're happy to circle back with everybody. There's a lot of here to unpack.
And I thought there was a slide in the presentation that breaks this one out.
Yeah, there's later, but just this combined, I'm curious why, I think this gives a strange picture, including everyone. But okay, thank you.
Next slide, please. So in terms of observations, again, asked of everybody, 37% said yes, in the last 5 years they have observed racism in the city. Down a few points from 2020, kind of just outside the margin of error roughly. But there's a difference here, and obviously it has to do with experiencing versus observing. Next slide, please. So here is where we get to break these things out, and we have this sort of throughout the presentation. So for personally experienced versus observed, so you have that number for all residents at 23%. For observed is at 37. You'll see that for personally experienced, for white residents, it was only 16%. For residents of color, it's up to 46%. And this is, the frequent bars are small kind of everywhere along here, but you'll see there's an appreciable difference between white residents and residents of color. And it also notable between your younger and older residents. A slight difference between household income levels, but that's not as pronounced as maybe some of the other factors you might anticipate. Next slide, please. So this is a little bit more pointed here. If you experienced or observed it involving, someone working for the city. And in both cases, about 9 and 10 respondents said no, and only a few said yes, and that hasn't really changed a whole lot. Yes, down a couple points, but it's margin of error difference. Next slide, please. So that's big picture, and we see that we're obviously some probably not surprising differences in the experience of racism between white residents and residents of color. But now we're again getting a little more narrow once more into experiences with policing. Next slide, please. And so this is where things can get a little tricky in survey research, but we're trying to ask about people's experiences of them personally or someone in their household. And again, last 5 years, a pretty big window of time here. Have you, had an experience with, interacting with a police officer for any reason, a Cotati police officer? And you could say, yeah, I did myself, or yes, someone in my household did, or both. And it's interesting here that, pretty much almost 2/3 of households have had some interaction with the police officer in Cotati over the last 5 years. And a number of households too, less than a majority, but 39%, said that someone in their household has reported crime to the police. About a quarter live in a household where somebody has been stopped by Coyote police. And, you know, we're not going through the whole litany of reasons why. What's interesting to also look at those bottom three, which is if you felt uncomfortable calling the police, 81% said no, 16% said themselves or someone in the household has mentioned something about that. Filing complaints or been arrested numbers are both less than 1 in 10. Next slide, please. And we asked this question also in 2020. They reported the crime, felt uncomfortable, filed the complaint, and been arrested. All went up a little bit. Now, reporting a crime is the only one that kind of gets appreciably outside the margin of sampling error. So these differences are minor. If there was a third data point in here that also showed a similar increase from year 2 to year 3, then we would say that's definitely a trend happening. Right now, this is suggestive, but a little hard to draw any conclusions given the margin of sampling error. Next slide, please. We broke this out as well. So interacted with the Coyote police officer, white residents, 2/3 of them said yes, or someone in their household has, versus residents of color. Reporting a crime, that one is a pretty big difference right there. 43% of white residents live in a household where themselves or someone else have reported a crime to Coyote police versus just a little over a quarter of residents of color. Some of the other ones, the differences were pretty minor. That one kind of stood out to us as we were looking at these results. Next slide, please. And so now we start to, this is where the sample sizes start to get a little more narrow. So in this case, we said, all right, if you've had any sort of interaction with the police officer, then we asked them, were satisfied or dissatisfied with that? So it's not the full sample, obviously taking out people who said, hey, I haven't interacted with the police officer. 83% of respondents this go around said yes, they were satisfied, including 50% said they were very satisfied. That's pretty similar, a few points better, but pretty similar to 2020 numbers, when the dissatisfaction number down at 13%. Next slide, please. And then, so this is where we start getting those open-ended questions I referenced. So if you said, yes, I was satisfied with the interaction, we asked, why were you satisfied? And this is where you get a variety of responses. The percentages here will add up to more than 100 because we're doing our best to put these into categories based upon what they told the interviewer on the phone or typed in themselves online. And as you might imagine, somebody may have ventured multiple rationales for being satisfied, and you'll see dissatisfied here in a second. And the number one most common reason was, hey, I was treated respectfully. About a third of people cited that. Another quarter said they felt like it was a responsive interaction, and then a variety of other things that were kind of at the same level, but being treated well and promptly were some of the top rationales for a good interaction with police. Next slide, please. Now, this is where we had only 13% of those who had an interaction said they were dissatisfied. That was 13% of those who had an interaction, period. So only 37 people were asked this open-ended follow-up, and this is where we felt like putting percentages is a little deceptive. So we just put the number of those individual respondents who gave an answer that fell into one of these categories, because it's just really, you can see where one or two responses could change, the relative ranking here. But 8 of those people who said they were dissatisfied with the interaction with police said they were felt intimidated or bullied. 6 said something about racial bias, and then a few other responses that they're below. Next slide, please. We did ask a follow-up question of anyone who said that them or someone else in their household was uncomfortable calling the police. And same sort of thing. Well, what made someone uncomfortable? And we put these in categories. 69 people, we felt okay, we could we could put percentages here. But some of the people said, about 1 in 5 said, I just don't think I'll get what I need out of this. And there wasn't really like one major reason, but that was one of the more commonly cited ones. Next slide, please. Then we asked a follow-up here, and this was asked of everybody here, what would make you more comfortable calling the police when you need it? Almost half said, well, I already feel pretty comfortable. It doesn't bother me. I'm fine calling the police. So if you're taking that out, then the top response outside of that, which was responses, being quick to be responsive, almost 1 in 5 mentioned something along those lines, and then everything else was sort of in the same kind of range. So if you're excluding those who said, I'm already feel pretty comfortable calling the police, responsiveness and being was the number one reason. Next slide, please. So now we're into a little more details around policing itself, not just those top level interactions. So next slide. So this is a question we asked in other communities as well, which is how safe do you feel either in this particular place or during these particular circumstances? Do you feel safe walking in your neighborhood? Yes. In general, yes. So, park close to you, driving on the streets, interacting with police. These numbers are all really high. Basically, 3/4 to 90% of respondents feel safe doing all these different things. Very few people say they feel unsafe just generally in the city or doing one of these activities. Next slide, please. Not a real big change here. The only one, everything else is margin of error difference. Driving on the streets, -8, just outside the margin of error. So there's a little, I know this has been an issue in many communities in the Bay Area, maybe even just sort of coming out of COVID, it felt like there was just some different driving practices out there. And I know a number of communities are working on zero vision and things of that nature. Next slide, please. So we did break these out again by some of those same categories. We asked, this is the first set of slides, bars there is, you feel safe in general in Cotati. No difference by ethnicity, virtually no difference by age. Interacting with police, do you feel safe? Really not much of a difference by ethnicity, a little bit more by age. No one's really saying, younger residents aren't saying they feel unsafe, but only 73% said that they feel safe. So it's a little minor difference there. Next slide, please. So if someone said that they feel unsafe, and we kind of click any of those responses you feel, because very few people feel unsafe. If you answered unsafe to any of those categories, they tell us what would make you feel safer. And so this adds up to well over 100% because there's lots of different rationales that people gave here. The top two were just having more police presence. And then another one was, pedestrian safety, crosswalks, things like that. We also saw in a very similar vein that 20% mentioning road safety, speeding, doing something about that. So one is more the physical structure, physical environment of related to pedestrian safety. The other one is related to the driving more safely. Go to the next slide, please. So now we're really getting much more granular, talking about specific aspects of police services. And we asked respondents to indicate how satisfied they were with each of these aspects of policing in Cotati. So blue bars are shades of satisfaction, orange bars are shades of dissatisfaction. And you'll see that the gray bars here get kind of big for some of these because you might not have an opinion about this aspect of policing in Cotati if you haven't had an experience with it personally or no one that you really has. So I think looking at the relative ratio of satisfaction and dissatisfaction is kind of important when those gray bars get big. But satisfaction levels are, in the absolute sense, the highest for police officers being courteous. Satisfaction levels are still generally high for maintaining traffic safety, neighborhood patrols, timeliness in responses, more than half said this, and 911 operators being courteous. So majorities were satisfied with all those. I'm going to come back to 2 of those in a second. Everything below that line was where satisfaction levels were less than 50%. But I want to point out the dissatisfaction levels were all kind of only around 1 in 10. So those ratios of satisfaction to dissatisfaction are more on lines of the 4.5 to 5 to 1. So treating people fairly, regardless of whether they are homeless, only 40% said they were satisfied, but only 9 were dissatisfied, and half of residents like I don't observe those interactions. So the only places where there was an absolute dissatisfaction level that caught our eye at all were the second and third items there. So this is still small. 2/3 of residents still feel satisfied with these aspects of policing, but you're, as Amy noted here, looking for things to maybe focus on, that traffic safety and neighborhood patrolling. About 1 in 5 residents express some level of dissatisfaction level there. Next slide, please. Pretty much no changes across the board from when we asked this, last go around. These are all very, very minor differences. Next slide, please. So this one's sort of asking residents and respondents of the survey to put on their sort of big picture hat here, which is, do they think the relationship between Cotati Police and the city's residents is positive or negative? And the number who said positive, 64% this go around, is virtually identical to the 63% who said the same in 2020. The negative number went, down, but that's only a 3-point difference. These are pretty darn similar. So not quite, a little less than 2/3 of residents feel like it's a pretty positive relationship to different degrees, and about 1 in 5 feel like it's more mixed, but very few feel like it's a overall negative relationship. Next slide, please. Broke this one out too. So white residents feel like the relationship, 65% of them feel like it's positive. Fewer residents of color feel that way, but it's still at 58%, and then they're more, kind of falling more into that mixed category. What's interesting here is by age. So in an absolute sense, 60% of residents of all ages or more feel like that relationship is positive between police and residents. But I want to draw your attention to those darker blue bars, and you'll see that that's where there's a big difference. So that's the percentage who feel like the relationship between Cotati Police and its residents is very positive. Those over age 65, 42% said very positive, and those under 50 was down only at 26%. That is a place where the age, has a real big difference in the intensity of the responses. Next slide, please. And do you think this relationship's gotten better or worse, or stayed the same? 54% said, it's about the same. A little more optimism here. 1 in 5 said it's gotten at least a little bit better. Very few said it's gotten worse. Another quarter, I don't really know. So generally, a little more sentiment that it's gotten better than worse, but most feel like it stayed the same or are unsure. Next slide, please. So we did ask another follow-up question. If you think the relationship between police and residents in Cotati is positive, why do you think that's? And okay, again, we're trying to categorize these. A lot of the comments were just generally positive. I don't think there's any problems, but 28% said, hey, there's a good, respectful, positive attitude. Others said, police are hardworking or generally engaged. Move on to the next slide. Thanks. So very few people think the relationship between police and residents is negative. So 20. When we asked them that same follow-up, why? So there was kind of 3 buckets. Now we're talking the difference between 3, 5, and 8 people. So I don't want to draw too many conclusions, but something about the efficiency of the police. We're not getting a value from it. Something about those interactions being somewhat stilted or police maybe treating them with disrespect. And then, or the other, third bucket is some sort of discrimination. Those are probably the three reasons that people gave for them perceiving a negative relationship. But those are, it's small numbers, so it's hard to draw too many conclusions. Next slide, please. And we also said, well, how about those people in that mixed bucket? 86% fell in that mixed bucket a little bit more. And it's kind of as you might suspect. Well, it kind of depends on the relationship. Here you start to see, a few more did say something about discrimination or just being unresponsive. So this echoes some of the same reactions from those who said that something was, the relationship was negative. Next slide, please. Hey, you've got a new program here, SAFE. So we asked about that. This is just trying to get like a baseline for you as something that's just rolling out. We wouldn't expect a lot of residents to necessarily be aware of it yet. About a quarter said they've heard something about it. Interestingly enough, it was people who have some sort of connection to law enforcement or didn't speak English at home. It's kind of an interesting dynamic there. I'll allow city staff to speculate as to why that may be the case. But I think this is a helpful number to say. About a quarter have heard anything about SAFE. When I look at a survey question like this, I see that 20% saying they're somewhat familiar, probably an over-exaggeration, because if you're asking about awareness about something, there's a little bit of social desirability bias to say, sure, I don't want to sound ignorant. So some people who said somewhat familiar may not be all that familiar, but as the program develops and becomes more a part of your community, it'd be interesting to ask this question a few years from now. Next slide. So this brings us to just a few concluding thoughts. Next slide. So in terms of, not just specific about policing and public safety, big top line thing here is affordable housing is the number one thing that your residents care about. Now, this wasn't a general community satisfaction survey. We weren't asking about all the different services you provide, housing availability and prices. You have some ability to influence, but there are big macro, factors at play here. But that is what voters said, residents said pretty loud and clear is the biggest problem they feel is facing your community here. It's a community that's seen as really safe and has been for a while. They feel safe in general, doing lots of activities. Maybe a little bit of decline on that driving safety stuff there. So that maybe if you're squinting to try to find something to work on, that's something to consider. And we saw a little bit of that with some of the specific policing services too. 1 in 5 had some level of dissatisfaction with things related to pedestrian or driving safety. However, a lot of people think it's a great place to live, and the approval numbers for the city are really quite positive as well. The police and the department are viewed favorably. Issues around conduct discrimination are not really, as you note here, it's sort of top tier problems, but residents of color do see them as somewhat more pressing. That's still, residents of color frankly saw virtually everything as more pressing problem. The order of that, housing at the top of the list was still consistently experienced by everybody. When we asked about whether you've experienced or observed racism in your city, residents of color were much more, we're more likely to say they've experienced it and observed it, which is not surprising there. However, reports of, seeing that sort of discrimination from city employees were pretty rare. Frankly, generally, perceptions of police that were negative were pretty rare and seem to be, from looking at some of those open-ended comments, like really specific as opposed to any sort of broadly held concerns. And the SAFE program, which is new, is something that there's, a lot of room for growth there, and not as many people have heard about it quite yet. So that gets me to the end of my presentation, and I'll, hand it back to the council for how you'd like to handle questions and discussion.
All right, thank you so much for that. That was very informative. I think the way we ought to handle this is I'll go to the council if they have questions for the presenter. Then we'll take public comment so that if there is public comment, we can incorporate it into our council discussion. So let's go to the council. Are there any questions? Yeah.
In the places where it said other, where other was like as big as some of the other categories, is there anywhere we can go to see what those answers were?
Let us work with the staff on that. It just means that it's just a smattering of things that are all across the spectrum. So it wasn't like if a category was big enough to warrant being its own category, we pull those out. But we can work with Damien and staff on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. This is very informative. One thing that you're able to do just live that's not in the report is share some of your expertise from doing this work with other cities, and I appreciate that a lot. And I'm wondering if you've asked any of the kinds of things we have in our surveys about experiences or observations of racism and or interactions with police, and can talk at all about sort of how we're doing in comparison with other places.
Yeah. Well, I will commend you on not a lot of communities have it done, at least with us, and I haven't seen too much residential survey research specifically dedicated to these issues. It's often part of maybe a residential satisfaction survey where they ask the couple, but this level of specificity about the interactions on the policing side is rare in my experience. So I don't unfortunately have a lot of comparative data about that level of granular questions. It's easier for me to talk about approval ratings and right direction, wrong track at the macro level. But I will say that in many other communities, there is a sense that, I saw a few things in here about neighborhood policing and maybe a little better responses, or that's much more acutely felt in other communities where there's just, I want to see more police on the street and be more responsive. You don't have that level of intensity around those things that I've seen other places.
Great, thanks.
Questions? Okay, we'll open it up to public comment. Yes, Lori?
My public comment is, how are you going to use this against the citizens like you did in 2020? This FM3 research company. What the last survey, I took the city to over what was going to be Measure S for misleading ballot wording. The FM3 survey had included questions whether it was wanted a sunsetted or a forever tax, and they said sunsetted. But the judge did an order to show cause why he should not strike it from the ballot as misleading, because especially about the forever tax, which you guys needed to secure the bonds that you got in working on in 2020. It did not, the judge specifically asked the city for ballot wording, where the ballot wording came from. And it was the exact same as what was the FM3 company. And, but you did not provide it to the judge. You sent 500 pages to the judge, including the survey, other than those two questions. And so, you did that because you needed to secure it as a forever tax, not tell people that have it on the ballot as a sunset tax, because you needed the 20 years bonds. It had to be forever. So how are you going to misuse this one? I don't trust you at all. The court, it's in court, it's in documents that you skipped out the two questions about the forever tax versus that to get what you want. How are you going to use this one?
All right, thank you for your comment. I would just say, not to take away from your comment, but most of us here weren't part of any of those decisions. So if you're saying yes, or you did that, it's really people in the past who did that. Okay, thank you. Next comment.
Hi, Adrian Lobby, 1 Kingston Way in Cotati. So, first of all, congratulations to everyone. That was, very positive. We do seem to be a charming town that people are not too upset about. And, listening to him say this is so different than some of the other towns I've surveyed, it's very gratifying and nice to know. I have some concerns about it. I wanted to say that my experience on Nextdoor is that everywhere in Sonoma County is totally crime-ridden, and people walk down the street and do terrible things every single day. So it's nice to know that they didn't respond to the survey thinking we need more police to stop all of these things. I'm a member of CORE, Community Organized Against Racism, which was begun with a group of Cotati citizens during George Floyd. And we did it as sort of what we call an anecdotal survey. And we wanted to know what people's experiences in Cotati were with race. And we found what we felt were pretty significant complaints. And so we went to Damien and we went to the city council folks at the time and said, hey, we want to act on this. What can we do? And Damien suggested we do the survey. So that's where the 2020 survey, I believe, either our concerns were folded into it or it started it out. I don't really know. But at any rate, here we are 3 years later. And even though it's nice to say some of this stuff, it looks good, people aren't complaining about this, there's not a big, massive complaint that our police officers are rude and discriminatory and mean and doing the wrong things, I feel like we're still not getting to the heart of it, because we know this is a racist society. And we know there's racism in Cotati, just we live in the United States. There's a history, there's contemporary, we know it. And our survey showed that as well. So somehow we're not getting to the granular place of what is it, who's being affected by it, and what can we do about it. One of the things I thought as I was listening to this, one thing I thought was listening to the presenter say, and that's not surprising. Like these number of people got discriminated or complained about discrimination, that's not surprising. Which is, I think, a reference to racism in general, and in some ways, yeah, that's not surprising. But that's not an answer. The answer is, that's not okay. And whether it's one person or 10 people or, given that this is representative, if 8 people say there's been discrimination, there's a lot more. And if it's 20, 30, we need to find out. So I'd like you and Damien and whoever to think about how we can actually affect the way racism is practiced in Cotati. And one small idea I had was when there's a stop or an interaction with the police, and if somebody indicates that they're unhappy, whether at the time or a little bit later, give them a handout that says, we really want your response. We really want to understand it. File, if you want to call it a grievance or a complaint. I know there's ways you can complain about the police, but let's try to get at this particular kind of problem that people are having. And good luck to our new the new guy in town. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to make a public comment? Can we go to Zoom?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon if you'd like to make a public comment on this item. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment.
All right, thank you. So I'll open it up at this point to discussion among the council. Would you like to start us off?
Sure, yeah. So there was kind of 2 items that kind of stood out to me in here. Was the housing issue, which we may or may not have as much kind of control over how fast housing is built in Cotati, and then the racism issue, because it looked like one out of 4, and like a commenter had mentioned that didn't include everyone. It was only like around 400 of the population that responded to it. So there could be more out there. And so that was one thing that I thought that maybe as a city council and a city that we can work on our events and programs and things, kind of incorporate multiculturalism into them, you know, so that maybe we can kind of ensure there's elements of multiculturalism in a lot of different aspects of civic life here in Cotati. So that's just something that I was thinking about, what can we do? Because, you know, sometimes we can't change people, but we can do things that kind of help, you know, bring more knowledge of different people, different communities. That's my comment.
Yeah, I think housing, I think that there are things we can do, and I think that there are things that we are doing. It's very obvious to me that housing is top of mind for everybody, and I know these things go in cycles, and you know, what's, you know, the hot issue now, 5 years from now may not be the hot issue, but I think housing and related to that are, you know, top of mind for everyone with the economy right now. And the one thing that was surprising to me, at least took me back a little bit, was the question about our meetings. I would have thought that more people would have liked to have had more options. So that actually, I was taken a little back by that answer, but I like having options for everybody. But I do think that there are things that we can do on housing, and I think that we need to really, that's where we need to focus our efforts on. The questions on there about traffic safety and things like that, and people's driving, you know, us being where we're located, we're kind of in the middle of everything. So some of that traffic is really forced upon us. It's forced upon us by Pengrove, and it's forced upon us by Sebastopol and Rohnert Park, and we're kind of in the middle there. And as Rohnert Park keeps building more and more and more, you know, East Cotati Avenue, which has nowhere to move or go, is only going to get worse. And it's obvious to me that, you know, I haven't seen a whole lot of movement on the county's part about dealing with some of those issues vis-a-vis doing something with railroad as another option for people. That's another whole, you know, can of worms that we need to get into. But I was generally, you know, very pleased that we didn't see any huge things going in the wrong direction. And I'm happy that we had the response that we did, because I think we got a nice broad selection. I think we wanted to be sure that we forced FM3 to go out there and make sure that they got all of the different areas. I know in a lot of surveys, it's like, you know, you take what you get, and that was not good. That was not good enough for us. So I think we can, you know, every time we do this, I think we can make more and more improvements.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Rivers, do you want to make a comment?
I appreciate the work. I would like to see it, you know, be a little bit more specific on which groups of people are experiencing discrimination or racism specifically, so that we can more specifically address it. And also, I like the one slide where it called out the different languages, because I feel like although it's not considered racial discrimination, discrimination on the basis of how, you know, English can be very prominent. And I would be interested to know that, you know, hopefully is not experienced here as much as it is in other places. But those are just a couple things that I'd like to see in the future. But I appreciate the effort. And I also just wanted to ask, it's not a cohort model, right? It's just like different people every time it's asked. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's not a longitudinal study.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, certainly the jump in concern about housing stands out as the biggest change since 2020. And it was interesting to me because I'm very aware of it because of sort of state pressures on the city to do something about housing. And I had so it kind of surprised me that it was that high with our residents, most of whom have a place to live already. So, so I think that gives us a lot of backing to continue to do everything we can to encourage more affordable housing here. The information about experiences and observations of racism and combined with the racial differences in experiences with police were interesting to me. And so 46% of residents of color who responded said they have personally experienced racism in Cotati, and that's unacceptable, of course, in the long run. And I hope we can start to work on that. But it didn't translate into a significant. It wasn't the same when interacting with police, and that was gratifying. But I think I'm looking forward to this year's full year's worth of RIPA, Racial Information and Policing Act data, which and I will be looking forward to kind of triangulating this with the RIPA data and thinking about how we use data like this to try to get better and not explain away the data in sort of trying to make excuses for it. So that's kind of what I'm looking forward to as we get more data in the same sorts of issues. Thanks.
Thank you. I had a few comments or things that really jumped out at me. The first, of course, was the need for affordable housing. And, you know, personally, I was not surprised to see it that high because working with young people who just cannot afford to live here at all, it's really evident to me just how insanely severe the housing crisis is right now and what a total crisis it is, for a real crisis in people's everyday lives. So it was really hard to see that 83% of residents of color view this as a extremely or very serious problem, and that's pretty much in line with the information we've all received from the Human Development Index that was published in the Portrait of Sonoma County, where people of color in the county have much worse health outcomes, much more extreme overcrowding in their housing situations, and so on and so forth. And that really tracks for me with how people of color in Cotati are perceiving every single problem to be a bigger issue because they're being more directly affected by these things in their everyday lives and are just completely stressed out. So, to say the least. So I'm really motivated by this to see what we can do in terms of housing affordability, because that seems to be, of course, by far the most pressing crisis, and I'm just recommitted to pursuing our goals towards affordable housing when we do our strategic planning next week, seeing how heavily it's impacting everyone. So that was one thing that jumped out. All of the information about traffic safety was really interesting, that was such a bigger concern for people, and when folks didn't feel safe, it was largely due to traffic and pedestrian safety concerns. I'm really glad that our police chief is here to see this, survey this. I mean, imagine coming into a new job and just having so much granular data to look at your first night. So I hope that this is really useful to you and helpful for you. I think we need to do a much better job advertising about the SAFE program. So that's kind of an action item that's coming out of this for me, because I was astonished to see how low the numbers were for people, for awareness of that. So I'm going to be bringing that up as a future agenda item, perhaps. And then one other thing that I thought was, well, two other things. One other thing I thought was interesting was for the people who, there was a 15% difference between people of color and white people in terms of how I think it was how comfortable they were reporting a crime, or no, it was how often they had reported a crime. White people were, but more likely, statistically significantly more likely to report a crime. And when the research dug into why did people feel uncomfortable calling the police, the biggest answer on that was 32% said, I don't know, or I'm unsure. So to me, those are people that could be reached by more community engagement, that they don't know why they're uncomfortable calling the police. So maybe more contact with the police through these community outreach events could reach some of those people to make them feel more comfortable. And that was an important thing for me to see. It's something we could improve on, because we need all of our residents, including people of color, to feel like they can call the police when they have an issue. And then the last thing, that as a science teacher, this one was really distressing to me, that so few people saw climate change as an extremely or very serious problem. I think, our memories are short. We have so many big challenges to deal with in our everyday lives that the memory of the wildfires that we've had is starting to fade into the background for folks, and they're starting to forget. And we've had a few really good rain years, but that's not going to continue. We're going to have extreme drought years ahead of us. And so it's our responsibility, even though this isn't at the front of mind necessarily for all residents, it's our responsibility to keep that long-term planning in mind and realize that that is a existential crisis that's coming. And it will be front of mind for people again as soon as we start to have big drought years again, and as soon as we have another wildfire. So anyway, those were the comments I had. All right, anyone else? Yeah.
Yeah, to follow on to Ben's comment on the difference between people experiencing racism, and we keep kind of pushing it at our employees, that it's somehow our employees, be they police or whatever. It seems like, as was pointed out by the audience, it's a little bit deeper than that. And my thought on that is maybe in one of our future surveys, we may need to peel that onion back a little bit more to find out where that is happening, because I think we don't really have the where and people's observations. It could be one person seeing another person or something like that, or at school, or I think we just really don't know. And something else that you said, the safe one, I think we need to do a lot more education. I don't think we've done as much education as we can on that. So I definitely agree with that.
Any other thoughts or comments? Yeah.
Yeah, I know I keep bringing this up, but this does really seem to ask for the recommission of the Citizen Police Oversight Committee that we used to have here. I really do believe that it would be a good time to set that up. I know that this is something we're going to talk about at strategic planning, but I just wanted to bring it up again because I do feel like this gives us more data points or more evidence that it is time to bring it back.
Thank you. And I do believe that bringing forward, you can correct me if I'm wrong, City Manager, but that bringing forward options for potential models is on our work plan for this fiscal year, right?
Yes, Mayor, it is.
Okay, so I don't think we need any action or vote on that. So we will move on to the next agenda item, which is the Veranda Folletti Ranch Work Plan, License Agreement Amendment, and MOU to establish a pilot compost hub in Cotati.
All right, so thank you, Mayor, members of the council, and our audience sticking with us. So really you can break this down into 4 discrete actions. One is the work plan. We have 2 licensees at the ranch, the Veranda Folletti Ranch across the street from City Hall. Farmster is one of the licensees, and Sandy Loam is the other licensee. As part of our current license, they submit annual work plans that we review and bring to the council for discussion and approval. The second element is there are some proposed edits to the license agreements. And then finally, there's a proposed pilot program between the city and Zero Waste Sonoma for a compost hub here in Sonoma County. So it'll be the first in Sonoma County. So just starting with the work plans with Farmster, I will also, before I actually get into this, I will also point out, in case nobody knows, we do have, they graciously joined us tonight, Aishwarya representing Sandy Loam, and Dustin DiMatteo representing Farmster, if there are questions that come up later, and they can address those. So with Farmster, it's basically, the work plan's broken into three general buckets. One is farm management, one is animal husbandry, and one is horticulture. The proposed plan for this year is to continue a lot of the good work that they've been doing in this prior year, including just the animals out there are the city's animals. So Farmster manages the animals, make sure that they're healthy and well taken care of. Farm management is more of a general task, just to overall manage the activities on the farm. And horticulture is related to production, like crop production, that sort of activity. And finally, the community engagement is the other. I said three, there's actually four. And I would just to like basically summarize with Farmster, the two standout things that are different or proposed to be different this year from the prior year is under community engagement, and that's that would be Farmster managing that pilot with Zero Waste Sonoma to run the community compost hub. And the idea there, this has been successfully run in other counties in the Bay Area. So Zero Waste Sonoma wants to bring it to Sonoma County, and in conversation with them, they thought that we could be a good place to just to see how it works, and the farm in particular being a good place for that. The other main sort of headliner difference this year is the proposal to create and operate a farm stand. So the agricultural ordinance that the council passed a year and a half ago, something like that, one of the allowances were farm stands, and so that's the other main element of this, is to create that farm stand and start potentially providing products for the community directly through that farm stand. Sandy Loam, so I'll just shift gears to Sandy Loam. They, the main elements in their proposed work plan for next year is continuing the farm and chicken keeping field trip program for youth. And so all of the, as you probably know, we have a lot of preschools in Cotati, and they all, I think virtually all of them, at least within walking distance, come to the farm as a free program to those kids to experience the farm, experience the chickens that are on the farm. So continuing that program. Farm camps, we're proposing 3 camps for younger children, 4 to 6, and 3 camps for children that are 7 and older. And it's all farm and nature based. Youth open ranch days, so 5 days in the year. These are they're drop-in days for families, and they've proven to be very popular, so proposing to continue that. Early release enrichment program for the days that our school districts around us have shorter days, early release days. These are opportunities to engage with some of those kids who get out of elementary school earlier and can continue a farm and science-based education on those days. Spring camp out is proposed, and this is for families and elementary aged children. And it's just a good old-fashioned camp out on the ranch for up to 6 families. Last year was our first year, and so we think there's a lot of potential there, so we're continuing it for a second year. Community and farm life workshops, so 5 are proposed, and these are everything from farm-to-table cooking classes to workshops on things like chicken keeping, animal care, backyard wildlife, that sort of thing, which all proved very popular this year. And then assisting with the city-led Halloween Fall Festival. Actually, both of those, I didn't mention that specifically with Farmster, but both licensees would assist us to do a farm festival for a fall farm festival around Halloween themes. So that summarizes both proposed work plans. There are some amendments proposed to the license agreements for both parties, both of the licensees, and the primary thing is providing a template sub-licensee agreement. So if another sub-licensee comes in underneath them for some sort of more than just a transitional use, they would have a template that we could all agree on, just to make sure that we manage that appropriately. And also just clarifying some of the language on when there's payment for programs, how that works exactly. in terms of the city's relationship with the licensees. And then I mentioned this earlier, the third element here tonight is the MOU for the compost hub. And I've already talked about it, other than I will just say that the general terms are 1 year. So it's a 1-year pilot is what's proposed. And Zero Waste Sonoma will purchase and deliver the compost to the ranch at no cost. And our obligation in that MOU would be to then make that available to the community at no cost. So people could come pick up compost here locally. And it wouldn't just be Cotati residents, it'd be anyone in the county. It'd be a countywide service. And for this pilot, we're proposing 1 weekend a month. So that's 2 days. It's like a Saturday, Sunday on that weekend. And also potentially by appointment if people can't make one of those 2 days. The proposed work plans would be a commitment of about $200,000, which is similar to what it was this year. And all this is applicable for the matching grant pay down. There's a table in the financial considerations. We have about a $3.6 million total matching grant obligation to the Open Space District. And as of January, we've matched about 1.7 million. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
I have a question. So in terms of the compost pilot program, how many other jurisdictions is Zero Waste Sonoma partnering with?
To my knowledge, we're the only one in Sonoma County.
I don't think that's true. I think that there's some others. They were talking the other day about Sebastopol, and I can check into that, but there are others. They're trying to put them around. I think maybe just you're the first that agreed immediately to do it, but there are others that are jumping in.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about public schools. I know the preschools are I can't find any TK public schools in Cotati. And I saw something in there about future partnering with elementary schools. Is there any movement towards including public schools as well?
Well, so generally there's been a lot of effort trying to get public schools engaged. They tend to be just busy and hard to engage with. But I will say that, for example, we have Thomas Page coming actually tomorrow, or Thursday, the 15th. Thank you. The 15th here to City Hall. And that's so what's expanded about that is normally they come through and they meet all the departments and they get a tour of the city. This year will be the first year that we're actually engaging with an additional element where they're going to go out to the ranch and engage with them there. I know that we've heard this comment before, and we also feel the same way. We want to engage in the public schools, and so we're always looking for opportunities to do it. I don't know if Aishwarya has some additional ideas.
I just wanted to add that one of the things that we realized is, in addition to making efforts to have the students actually come to the ranch, one of the things that we could do is go to them. So we've actually already gone to University La Fiesta for a presentation, and Thomas Page, I believe, has a science fair in the spring. And so we will have a table there, and then that way the students at the school will know about the ranch and will be able to access one of our public events. So, yeah. Yes, it is. But what Thomas Page is the one public school that we are working with more closely. They're coming to the ranch on Thursday, and then our teacher, Tammy Eaton, will be going there to do a presentation in the spring. So soon, yeah.
Yeah. Councilmember Lemus?
Yes. My question was, through these programs, is there engagement of like junior high or high school students, any kind of like internship opportunities or collab with like 4-H groups? I know there's some clubs at the high school, at Rancho Cotati High School, that wants to be involved in the community.
We've slowly made efforts to reach out to the community with the high school age students, and I know the Farmster has a little bit of experience with that population as well. But we have actually started bringing on board camp counselors. So we had I believe she was 16 or 17-year-old who actually worked with us and was mentored by our camp director. And so she actually has a lot of experience working on a farm, but she learned a little bit more, and she also learned how to teach young children. So those are programs that we're going to just continue.
Yes, Councilman.
I guess I'm a little bit confused because, yeah,
Just in case, I don't want you
yeah.
getting your
No,
exercise
of course,
back and forth.
Yeah, she asked about public schools, and you talk about the early release enrichment program, and the way I read this, it sounds like it's students that get early release on Tuesday and Wednesdays from the schools. Is that not a correct statement?
That is a correct statement, but the children who are participating in those events are signing up independently, so we're not going through the school. So the parents are signing them up.
But they could be students of local
public
yes,
schools. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
So-
We have students who are coming from the Roanoke Park Cotati school districts, from Petaluma school districts, Sebastopol, and actually from Santa Rosa as well. So they come from all over. It's a very unique program. So we're really, really proud of the range that we have here.
I just wanted to be sure that I understood,
Yeah.
because when you answered, Kay, it
Yeah,
sounded like
yes.
you weren't engaging with
Yeah.
public school students, but in fact you are
We
with this
are.
program. Okay.
Yes, we definitely
Thank you.
are. Yeah.
And I'm hopeful that as we keep building and teachers start hearing about the good things when the
Yeah.
students get to visit the ranch, we can start to build more field trips from public schools as the years go on. I'm hoping.
Yeah,
That
definitely.
would be great to see.
We're looking at a lot of tie-ins for existing programs. So, if there's something we can do within the field trip program, we have all of these camps that are really incredible that could see future partnerships with the local schools, and then the enrichment program as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah.
Not for you, though. So
Okay.
thanks. I won't call you back up. Mine was about the compost hub, and so the contract with Zero Waste Sonoma says distribution to city residents, which is relevant to the question of whether this is the only one, or because free compost is a good deal, and you might want to come from far and wide. So do we plan to enforce that city resident only rule, or only if it becomes a problem, or because I don't know, there's lots of people who might like free compost.
Yeah. The conversations we've had so far is that we wouldn't be like checking IDs, for example. So, whoever comes, presumably they're a county resident, and we would provide compost, at least in this pilot phase, and just see how it goes.
Okay. The contract says city residents. We're supposed to distribute to city residents. So
yeah,
I just think about a backup plan in case all the compost is gone in the first 10 minutes by people coming from outside of town.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have had conversations about, well, what if more people show up than we plan? Like, what do we do? And it's all just been hypothetical conversations. So we've just said, well, let's just try, and then just put our toe in and just see how it goes. We can adjust.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. Let's open it up to Zoom public comment first this time.
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a public comment. Mayor Sparks, that will end Zoom public
Okay,
comment.
thank you. Is there anyone in the room who would like to make a public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to council for further discussion. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the comment, just as a public school teacher, it's much easier to start tighter and then loosen the restrictions than the other way when it comes to compost or pretty much anything. So I just like to offer that maybe instead of starting opening and then getting tighter if we need to, maybe we should start with, advertising to Cotati residents. And if we don't get enough, then open it up rather than the other way around.
That sounds like a great idea. At least advertise it as Cotati residents. And I just wanted to say, I think we got a couple of great partners, and I'm excited about the work plan, and it looks great. And Sandy Loam, with all the, it's hard to beat pictures of kids and cows on a farm. So farmsters, you need to step up your there's no pictures. Just kidding. Thanks.
All right. So, yeah, comment? Go ahead. I'm just really grateful for both of you, for all of you for being here, and appreciate these work plans. I know a lot of work went into forming them. So if there's no other comment, we're looking for kind of a 3-part motion to.
All right, I'll take a stab at it for you.
Thank you so much.
It's a big one. So I make a motion to approve the proposed 2024 work plan for Farmster and Sandy Loam. And 2, to authorize the city manager to execute the amended license agreement substantially in the form attached as approved by the city attorney. And 3, authorize the city manager to execute a memorandum of understanding with Zero Waste Sonoma to run a pilot compost hub in Cotati substantially in the form attached and approved by the city attorney.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that passes unanimously. Can we take a 10 minutes? 10-minute break, please, and we'll return in 10 minutes.
to recuse myself from this discussion. So I'll be in the conference room.
Okay.
And it's because I live within 1,000 feet of the affected property.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding us.
So this item, oh, wait, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, I think you're safe to begin.
So this item before the council is a consideration of a resolution to find or make a determination regarding a surplus land act exemption, and also provide staff with some direction on an RFQ to go out for the potential development of property at 120 East Cotati Avenue. And we'll go on to the next slide, which is a description that I just elaborated on. But specifically, we are looking at exemption from the SLA under Government Code Section 544221F, and then A or F, actually. And then, again, for the council to provide some direction on an RFQ that is drafted and was submitted in the packet. We'll go to the next slide. So background, the council will remember in around mid-2021, a 27-unit project was approved called La Plaza View on this project site. Unfortunately, that project never moved forward for development, and in March of 2022, a 70-unit project was submitted on site, 5 floors under the allowances of Senate Bill 35. That project was under review, but the developer found some other investment opportunities and indicated an interest to sell the property in the summer of 23. And in December of that year, the city purchased the property with funding from the Affordable Housing Fund. And we'll go to the next slide. As is identified in the staff report, the Surplus Land Act regulates how jurisdictions dispose of and inventory publicly owned land not needed for public use. And there was some recent changes to the SLA to promote and essentially support the development of affordable housing. And so when land is not needed for public use, but prior to its disposition, a local agency has to make a declaration whether the property is surplus or whether it's exempt from the requirements under the SLA. There are about 11 exemptions actually under the SLA for the surplus determination. There's a matrix attached to the staff report that identifies some of the details on those. But being exempt provides more flexibility in how the development or how the site might be developed. And so staff worked with the city attorney's office to determine if any SLA exemptions might be applied to the property. And we have found that government code reference in the report, either F1A or F1F might apply. And so we submitted that question to the State Department of Housing and Community Development, and they concurred with us. So they have agreed that it is exempt. And that information was provided after the staff report was submitted, but there is a summary that was provided in the staff report afterwards. So going to the next slide. So now that we have that decision, staff also had attached a request for qualifications to essentially garner interest in partnering with the city from the development community. But prior to issuing that, we're requesting input from the council on that RFQ. There's some highlighted language on page 396 and 397 of the packet. And it really focuses around principles and objectives of development, the desired levels of affordability, the overall number of units or anticipated number of units that the council may be looking to promote on the development site or with development of the site. And really, well, to provide some additional context, the approved design as talked about was 27 units. And if we'll go to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. There it is. Yeah. So this is the approved site plan. It was actually 2 separate buildings. It has some commercial on the ground floor and then 2 floors of residential. Very well received by the community. but only 27 units. We'll go to the next slide, and it'll provide a little bit of there's the elevation. So this is the approved design. As contrasted, we had a 5-floor, 70-unit project also proposed on this site, which staff did not receive any positive comments from the community on. There was a significant amount of concern that arose when that property was proposed for a SB 35 project. And then kind of in between those two, it's worth noting that the housing element assumed about 56 units would be developed because we were tasked by the state to project how much development could occur on the site. And given the scope of those two projects that we had, we landed on 56. And so given all those things and the information in the staff report, the recommendation from the staff is that the council adopt a resolution determining that the 3 parcels located at 120 East Cotati Avenue are exempt surplus land under the SLA and provide direction on issuing a request for qualifications from developers interested in developing the property. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the council? Yes. Councilmember Harvey?
So, Noah, when you throw out the number of 56, have you given any consideration as to what that might look like, how that would get achieved?
So we don't have that information. That's a great question. We have seen a 4-story project that was about 48 units, I think. So I just wanted the council to have all that information. Rather than provide a specific unit count, the council could kind of elaborate on concerns or desires, and then that can be used to kind of flesh out the information in the RFQ.
And along with that, are you going to put in the RFQ required amounts of commercial space?
Again, that's up for the city council, but staff does see that as a high priority, and the exemption does allow some commercial space.
So let me put this another way. Is it possible for us to look at some of that commercial space and convert that into units to get more units?
Yes, from the approved designs, absolutely.
Yeah. Not all of it, but some amount of it.
Absolutely, yeah.
And is it also possible, I know we have 2 driveways in, is it also possible for, like, say, the driveway that's facing East Cotati, could it be like I don't even know what the right word is, but like a breezeway with units up above that?
That
to
is
get
possible,
more
absolutely.
units? Okay, so those are all possibilities, yeah. Okay. Those are my questions right now.
I had a question whether there was any, I didn't see it in here, but I might have missed it, any explicit instructions regarding number of stories?
There are no explicit instructions currently in the RFQ. Staff does feel like if there is a kind of a height limit that the city is interested in implementing, having that information in the RFQ is very helpful.
Yeah, I think that's probably something important for us to discuss when we bring it back, because we wouldn't want.
Agreed.
I'm really hoping to get designs that people are going to agree to, and so we want to be clear what we're looking for. Okay. Yeah. Question?
Yeah, my question was, do we have in here a combination of 1, 2, or 3 bedrooms, and what kind of, is more used, like, for housing, as far as housing needs?
That's a good question. I don't have data that I can share with regards to the need for 1, 2, or 3 bedrooms. I don't have that information available.
So I'm wondering if that might kind of help us to reach like a unit number or something.
That's an interesting question, because when this has been, I guess, a couple years now, but when we were looking at the development down there on Santero Way, I called about 6 different realtors to kind of get that, because they remember when they flopped a whole bunch of units from kind of multi-unit to, we're going to make them all, one. And, so I asked a bunch of realtors, what are people asking for? And there is, when you think of workforce housing, there is a need for all you know, 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. So if you get into 1 bedroom, you know, typically a family, that won't work for a family. And then anybody with children, you know, they really need like a 2 or a 3 bedroom. So it kind of depends upon, they said, what your kind of focus of your, the folks that you think are going to rent there. If you get 1 bedrooms, you know, especially here, we might end up with college students because they can get away with, you know, bunking up in a 1 bedroom. You know, they're kind of used to that. So anyways, just that's, you know, food for thought on that. And I agree with you on, is the best way for us to let you know our thoughts, which may drive number of units, is the height.
I think that gets to the question that you asked, is rather than try to specify a unit count, I think kind of the form and the scale of the development is more critical, and then letting the professionals figure out how to best fit the design parameter, the units, et cetera, within that form.
And the unit count and the use of the space also drives what's available for parking, because we know that that's an area that there is no, you know, there really is no parking elsewhere. So that's a big consideration. So.
And I had one other question I forgot. Could you just give us, okay, 2-part question. Could you give us some clarification on the yellow portion that says exclusive negotiating agreement and or lease option agreement? Because it seems like that's one of the things you're wanting feedback on.
So those are different tools that we could use to partner with a developer. I would actually say the feedback on this is going to be more based on the type of developments that come to us and how they're proposing to partner with us, and then input from the city manager and the city attorney's office is more critical in that instance, I would say.
Oh, okay, so you're not saying you're looking for feedback from us?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And then just one more question related to that is, are we looking at mostly rental property proposals, or do you think we might come back with some deed restricted, like condo proposals as well?
I was imagining this would be rental.
Mm-hmm. Is it possible that someone could come back with a condo?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and if the council's interested, we could include for rent or for ownership models within the RFQ.
I personally, yeah, I'll come back when we talk about that. But yeah, I mean, I'd personally like to see us cast the net as wide as possible in terms of ideas that they might come back with us for us. Okay, other questions? All right, let's open this for public comment. Lori?
With this one, we have not heard or had any input as citizens. It's all been behind closed doors, closed session. I mean, it was a good move to take this back from the state controls SB 35, but how can you, until tonight, I didn't hear that it came out of affordable housing funds, our 3 million, and what was it, 1.6 million for the property. Why was that not a city council vote to use affordable housing out in front of us? Those are our funds and it's being now put in all one. And now we're hearing, I get it, you're going to try and have another development that's more suited, but we may lose 800,000 or something, if we go less. You don't know how much it's going to sell for. It could be for a loss and of less than, anyways, how can that be affordable housing monies when you can't guarantee it as affordable housing? 100% how, so it's like, that $3 million is not a slush fund. You've used it for the P1 pipeline, you did an info, now you're using it for this. It's not going to where it's supposed to. Jasmine Gold had a great project and couldn't get a cent out of that, of affordable housing. It's not, it should be used for purposes of affording housing, not this other stuff that you guys are coming up with. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Can we go to Zoom?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a public comment. We do have a hand from Callum Weeks of Generation Housing. Callum, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Sparks, council members, and staff. Really appreciate the conversation and excited to see this moving forward. It's a really parcel to all of the amenities of downtown Cotati. I would just, request that in the process of, moving forward, that there be at least a 1-for-1 replacement in line with what was committed to in the housing element, vis-a-vis the La Plaza View project, which is now scrapped. But it would really be great, obviously, for the community and for the region as a whole if we were to get a 1-for-1 affordable unit replacement, and whether that include mixed use or not, probably a good step for the community, but that's obviously not for me to determine. So that's all I really had. I just, hope that as we move forward, we really focus on, preserving and I think uplifting some of the values such as, the UGB and just maintaining urban growth boundaries. So building denser is obviously in line with that. So thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it, and have a wonderful evening.
All right, thank you very much for your comment. I'll bring it back to, oh, was there another comment?
There is another hand from Jessica Needham. Jessica, you have the floor.
Hi, I just had a quick question. I was just wondering if when we had to report to the state about the X amount, I think it was like 250 units of housing that we were going to try and make available, was this property considered one of those properties that we were letting them know about for the SB 35? I just had a question about that.
Thank you. I don't know if City Manager Obid or Mr. Hausch wants to handle that.
Yeah, I can respond to all the questions. So just starting at the top, the property was purchased for about 1.65 million, and it was clearly communicated that that was affordable housing funds during multiple council sessions. It will be guaranteed to be affordable housing. Any housing developed on this will be deed restricted as affordable housing, whether it's for rent or for sale. There may be a percentage that is allowed to be market rate to offset the affordability and allow that affordability to be lower, but that'll be within allowances of the Surplus Land Act, which, as I mentioned, was modified with the whole point of supporting and furthering affordable housing. And we did meet with Miss Gold, who owns property in downtown, many times, and she never moved forward with the submittal, but we talked about all these options. As Mr. Weeks and, I'm sorry, I didn't get Jessica's last name, both asked about whether these units were counted on in the housing element. So we did, as I mentioned, assume 56 units could be built on this site, but that is not a commitment, and there are many mechanisms by which the city can still meet our RHNA even if less than 56 units are built on this property.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any other Zoom comments?
No, Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and bring it back to the council for discussion. Does anyone have, yeah?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I think the question was, was that number counted in the 250?
Yeah, so we counted 56.
Okay,
We
so it
assumed,
was.
I'd say we assumed 56, but just to clarify, the state assigned us, I think, 247 or 253 units for our RHNA. We actually planned to be able to construct about 650 units because the state required us to demonstrate above and beyond that because not all approved projects get constructed, as we know.
Right. Okay, I just wanted to make sure her question was answered. Thank you.
All right, other discussion? Okay, well, I'll start us off, I guess. I have some thoughts. So I personally would like to make it clear in this request that we're okay with some of the ground floor level being residential units. It's sort of vague on that here. It doesn't strictly say the whole ground floor has to be commercial, but that's what the approved project was, and so people might think that that's what we're looking for. So I'd like to make it clear, some residential, even a good portion of residential on the ground floor is something we'd be interested in looking at. I don't know, I'd like to hear from the other council members what you think in terms of the number of floors that would be acceptable to you. I personally think, okay, I see three.
That's a stretch.
Yeah. I personally think the housing crisis is so dire and our need is so great that I'd be willing to go to 4 stories, even though that might be an unpopular decision. It would make a huge difference for the families that were able to have an affordable place to live. So, yeah.
I mean, I think, you know, in one of the conversations we had, you know, the idea of having 3 in the front or like along the main road and then maybe 4 in the back where it's not so prominent would be a way of achieving more housing and yet still keeping that sort of small town character.
The problem with this site is it's so extremely small. There's no front and back. You're barely able to squeeze 2 buildings in there. I agree with your concept on that, but this particular site at, I believe it's like 0.90 acres, it's very small.
I think if we're adamant about 3 stories, we need to open it up to full residential and remove the mixed use. Because I don't think we're going to get the unit count or the penciling out of the project that we're looking for with mixed use on a 3-story building. I just don't think it's feasible.
I mean, the one thing I'm okay with commercial. I feel like we have so many places that are vacant right now commercially that I'm not, you know, married to the idea of having a lot of commercial. I do, however, really want space for a library and potential, you know, community center. It doesn't have to be huge, but just some, you know, space for a warming and cooling, you know, place, like just a space for Cotati residents to come together that is not right next to the police station. You know, for people where that's a thing, you know, it would be nice to just, and you know, just a bridge library. It doesn't have to be 10,000 square feet, but just, you know, a space for Cotati. And so again, it doesn't have to take a whole building, even maybe not even half a building, you know, like I don't know exactly how much space it needs, but I really want to see at least that as part of this project, if at all possible.
Councilmember Lima?
Oh, yes, I was just going to say that after hearing Mayor Sparks, I also agree between 3 and 4, depending on whether it's mixed use at the bottom or not, you know, because the unit count I think is important.
Yes.
Are we required to have commercial? Can we get rid of the commercial?
So the downtown is a commercial zoning district,
Okay.
but there's so many, first of all, it's our property, so there's enough flexibility. We could direct the expectations for development. And then separately, there's so many allowances under the recent state housing law that you can essentially put residential in any zoning district these days, especially affordable housing.
Okay. So I'd be willing to give up the commercial space if I had my way. I would say the building on East Cotati Avenue, that one wouldn't have it, and we could have a little bit on the one that faces onto La Plaza. That would be, I think, an ideal compromise, I think, but I don't want to see a 4-story building down there. It's just too small a spot. It can't be struck. There's nothing you're going to be able to do to make it look aesthetically pleasing. It's going to stick out like a sore thumb, and I just don't think that people are going to be happy with that. I think 3 stories is a stretch for a rural community, which is what we are. We're not Santa Rosa. I mean, if we were in Santa Rosa, I get it. So I'm okay with us, moving different sizes of units and, getting creative, like I said, on, shape of building and stuff like that, and giving up commercial, but I really don't want to see more than 3 stories. That's a stretch.
when I look at that results of that survey, that almost 70% of residents and over 80% of residents of color cited housing affordability as a very severe or extremely severe problem. I feel like that outweighs the need for aesthetically pleasing structures. So I guess I have a follow-up question for staff, which is if we put out an RFQ and we get a lot of projects that all conform to what we asked for, what discretion do we have to choose what we want? Like, are we legally required to make a decision on certain bases or?
So I'll leave the legally required to the attorney, but however, I want to say this is actually a request for qualifications. So we're more interested in development partners at this stage and less interested in the specifics of the project. However, providing as much information as possible with our desires now will allow people to have more understanding of the expectations, and therefore people who do come and respond will be more likely to move forward.
Okay.
The
And
city owns the property, so you have control over the site because until you sell it to them or lease it to them, you can say no.
right. So we have pretty high level of discretion.
Compared to a situation where there's a private property owner and they're asserting their rights under the Housing Accountability Act, the SB 35. I got to get a better list together, but there's a whole bunch of them that they can assert their rights under.
Okay. Could we, for example, ask for or communicate, just another question, could we in the RFQ communicate that we're looking for either a 3-story building with as high a unit count as possible, or if they have some creative way to make an aesthetically pleasing 4-story building, then we'd be interested to see that? Because I don't, maybe you're right and there's no way to do it without it looking awful. But maybe there's some genius architect out there who has some amazing solution that we haven't thought of.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd rather, I could stomach a little bit more a 4-story building down by the train station. There's already 3-story buildings down there, and, making that a little bit higher and more dense makes more sense to me. There's the train there. There's at least bus stops there, which the bus stops, there is some at Wool Plaza, but as we've heard, lots of folks mention, the service is really not really great there, and, that's just my thoughts.
Okay. So can you iterate for us again what exact few things you need direction on still, and what you're clear on and what you what we need to hash out more of?
Yeah, well, I mean, essentially some of the notes I have is commercial fronting onto La Plaza is desired. 3-story design or a 4-story well-designed project focused on aesthetic compatibility may be considered. So those are the types of statements I made to make notes for the RFQ.
And the other thing which concerns me when you start talking about 4 stories is the ability to have parking on site.
Yeah.
They have to park on site.
So if there's a specific number of parking spaces.
Well, that's driven by state law at this point.
Well, right,
isn't it?
that's correct. So right now, if it was affordable housing, there's a chance they could do no parking. But again, we control the site, we can propose it. So we could say a minimum of 1 space per unit.
Because, as was pointed out, and it was interesting because it was mentioned at, I think was it mayors and council members, that some of these affordable housing projects that are going up, they're under parking them, and they're causing really big problems in some of these cities because there's, people are even, when you have a 3-bedroom apartment, people are coming sometimes with 6 cars because they're doubling up in rooms, like you're saying, but then they bring cars because they have to, get to where they work or go to school. So it's already kind of tight down there.
Yeah, so I think it would be reasonable to ask for at least 1 space per unit as a minimum, and just see what they come back with. And I think one other thing we should probably address together is the affordability levels that we're looking for. I know that we had a bit of a deficiency in our very low income. Can you speak to that as in our current planning cycle? Do we need more of that?
Yeah, so what we're seeing, it's interesting, and we're going to talk about more of this when we present the APR next month, but what we're seeing is that because we have inclusionary housing of 15%, and in order to qualify for a density bonus project, if 15% of your projects are very low income, then you get a 50% density bonus. And so because we already have that 15% threshold, all the larger applications we've seen have been using 15% and proposing very low income. So I actually think that we're going to have a majority of our affordable housing units proposed by some of the larger development projects under review at the very low income level. The other interesting thing about moderate is that there's not been a lot of focus on funding moderate income housing. And then it also does help offset the cost because it's close to market rate. It just doesn't kind of appreciate at the same rate as the market generally. And so that might be another way to offset some of the cost of the project and the requested subsidy that any affordable housing developer is going to ask for.
So if we were to focus on the moderate and low income families, we would be working under this exemption. There's two different exemptions to the Surplus Land Act.
And they allow flexibility in the affordability levels.
Okay, so the exemption that says at least 75% of the units must be lower income, what does that mean?
It means low, very low, and below. There's extremely low income, another category.
Right, so that wouldn't
anything
include
below 80%.
That wouldn't include moderate.
Would not include moderate.
So it seems like
Well, 75% must be lower income. The other 25% could be moderate.
sure, okay.
And those numbers get based upon the base, right? Because that's always what's really confusing.
Yeah, but this is not going to be a
before
density bonus project likely because we're artificially controlling the density by mandating it. So it's not likely to need a density bonus.
Okay, all right, because
That is accurate for density bonus projects, yes.
Okay. It gets so confusing.
But to the Mayor Sparks' point, that letting the requirements of the exemptions drive the affordability is probably the best thing because, again, sticking to those SLA exemptions is very critical towards the disposition of the property.
And did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to offer that, like, so for example, young professionals or even older people getting close to retirement, they wouldn't necessarily be in the low, very low categories, but moderate or even probably not market. But I think what would be amazing is if it was a mix. That's also, I think, best socially too, right? That people get to know each other of different economic groups all together in one place. So that's what I would like to see is a combination, not just one or the other. Especially, because I think, the whole NIMBY thing and the parking is like all of this sort of anger and resentment that builds up is when it's all one group, then they blame the group. And I'd like to not see that happen here, if we can avoid that.
Okay, thank you. And so you had said something in the staff report about how some market rate could be included to offset the cost. How does that work together with these exemptions? Because one I'm looking at says 100% affordable. So it wouldn't work with that one. So we'd be going with the other exemption if there was market rate included? I'm sorry, I'm looking at packet page 388. There's some inapplicable ones. There's an inapplicable one that carries on to the next page, but the ones that are
It's either A or F if you're looking at the matrix.
Yeah.
And F is 100% affordable?
Correct.
But so the moderate is for people who don't qualify for the low, but don't have enough money for market, correct?
Yeah, moderate income is 80 to 120% of median.
So like teachers and,
Yeah, absolutely.
you know,
Yeah.
city workers, you know?
Often, yes.
Yeah, okay, thanks, firefighters. You know.
Okay.
So I guess that would work based upon what you were saying, to have a mix, because if we went with F, they would be just in the different levels.
Right.
Up to and including moderates.
Exactly.
Right. So it's sounding like, after hearing this a little more, that we want to just put out to the developers that you just need to design your project in conformance with one of these exemptions, and just make that really clear.
Yes.
I mean, I don't personally have any, I'd like to see what they come up with, so.
And the idea that the commercial can be limited to just the one area and not have to be the entire bottom floor as well, correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I heard an indication that you wanted to see, or did you want to encourage moderate? Because neither of those allow moderate, except for in the 25%.
Not market rate, it says, F says 100% affordable, low or moderate income families.
Oh, okay, right.
So, not market rate, moderate,
But then
which
there's
is
the-
always confusing. Because they're very
Subdivision
close together.
F1F allows 25% of the units to be market or moderate. So I thought there was some suggestion that you want to encourage moderate within that additional 25%.
I'm sorry, I think I misunderstood then, because I thought 75% of the units had to be lower income, which is low or very low, or extremely low, which would mean that the other 25% could be moderate and none of them could be market?
Under F, that's
Under
correct.
F,
It's a 100%
okay.
affordable housing
That is
project.
correct.
With
My
up to
apologies.
25 is moderate.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think if we do want to encourage moderate, the only way we can do it is through F, because A requires so much of it to be affordable to very low households. Is that right? It's very legally interesting. Okay, so I'm hearing we're going to open it up to them to come up with a project that works with one of these exemptions, that we're preferring to have some commercial facing the plaza, but not necessarily not the full first floor. And I would like to know if the other council members are open to seeing projects that are maybe creative fourth floor projects, or do we want to limit it to 3 stories as a group?
I'm open to a fourth floor.
Okay.
Just to see what projects I can come up with.
I am not there. I am open to 4th floor, but not on that site.
Yeah, I strongly prefer 3 as well. I mean, I think if there is some way, bless you, that it could be 4 that does not show from the street, then I would be open to it. But I also hear Sue's suggestion that it's really not large enough to pull that off. However, I also hear you that there are some very incredibly talented and creative architects in the world. And if there is a way that there can be some kind of, you know, small town feel facade that allows for housing but keeps the character, then I would be open to that.
Is there sorry, go ahead.
And another reason that I'm struggling with anything higher than that is you have to keep in mind that all the houses, including the one that butts up to it, is single story. Those units, even at 3 stories, are going to be looking in all of their bedrooms, all of their kitchens, all of their backyards. I mean, and those houses have been there for decades and decades and decades. So
And we
have to consider that too.
And of course, I agree with you. We need to be mindful of how this will impact other people. Is there a way to word it that we have a preference for 3 stories, just flat out, but we're willing to consider if you have a very creative 4th story option, we're willing to look at it or something like that?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Let's see, do you feel like you have the direction that you need on that RFQ?
I do. So just to summarize, mix of affordability in keeping with exemption F1F, some commercial on La Plaza, 3-story preferred, well-designed 4-story aesthetically compatible is possible, minimum one parking space per unit expected. And it seems to me that we should not try to get into bedroom counts.
Okay. I wasn't clear on whether we were excluding exemption A. Was that everyone else's understanding?
It seems to me that given the conversation about the mix of affordability, specifying F would do that. More in keeping with the direction that the council was going.
Okay.
I agree.
Do we lose anything by excluding A?
Well, so potentially certain funding opportunities and grant opportunities would be available if the affordability levels were lower, which is what A is
We should
proposing.
leave it open.
I would just recommend that given all the moving pieces, it'd be better not to shut the door on one yet until
Yeah.
we see what we get.
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
we can,
That would be my preference.
I agree with that too.
yeah. I also heard a comment about ownership versus rental models.
Oh, yes.
Too, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So, quick question. If a developer comes in and develops it, the land still belongs to us, or does the developer purchase it?
So that gets back to the question the mayor asked also about the exclusive negotiating agreement or lease option agreement. So basically, we could enter into a long-term lease agreement where the developer, the city retains ownership, but it's managed and developed by someone else for a 99-year lease, or there's
Yeah.
almost infinite options.
Okay.
So the goal is to leave that also open and flexible.
And that would be applicable for a rental property?
Correct,
Yeah.
not a for sale.
Right. Yes.
And are we thinking if we get into a rental situation, will we do much like we do with the others and use a management company like Sonoma Land Trust? That type of?
So Sonoma Land Trust does our for sale units, but
Okay.
it would, there's no expectation the city would be involved in management of these units at all.
Okay, good. I don't want to have to go manage units too.
Okay, so I think, unless anyone else has any last thoughts, okay, I think we are ready to move forward with a motion, and it needs to accomplish a few different things. It needs to determine that these 3 parcels are exempt surplus land, and issue a separate notice that the property is exempt. We already did the direction, so I don't think we need anything about the RFQ in the motion.
That's correct.
Okay.
The one thing, I don't have the resolution in front of me. Does it reference one of the specific exemptions, or is it?
Yeah, the resolution is F, I believe.
So,
but the motion would include A also. so
Correct.
that- yeah.
The reason why the resolution includes F is because it has to. The other one, we can just make a staff level finding on, so the council has to take an action to use F, but not A.
Okay. Yes, please.
Okay. Make a motion that the city council adopt a resolution determining that the 3 parcels located at 120 East Cotati Avenue are exempt surplus land under the Surplus Land Act under Government Code 54221 F1F, and also a motion authorizing the issuance of a separate notice that the property is exempt surplus land under Government Code 54221 F1A, and we have provided direction on the draft requests for qualifications for developers interested in developing the property, and authorize staff to issue the RFQ once it's finalized. Does that work?
I second that motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And we'll show that Councilmember, or Vice Mayor Ford was recused from this one. All right, thank you. Good somebody go get Ben? Tell him he's allowed back in. Yeah, yeah. Hope you feel better. Welcome back. All right, we're going to go back to item 13D, the approval of the design contract for the Volanda Faletti Ranch Barns.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So as the council knows, the city's been progressively working through different projects to improve the property, starting with the fencing and the pathway that went in, I think, 2016. And then more recently, rebuilding the water tower structure, the so-called water tower structure was demolished and rebuilt. And then the farmhouse was refurbished extensively for the current uses that are on the property now. The remaining work there in terms of physical infrastructure is the barn and the brooder house, the two remaining older structures there, as well as sort of the general sort of site improvements around those structures. Back in December of 2022, the city held an initial public workshop to gather input on the barns. And other priorities came up, and so the city held a second public workshop on October of last year, just to sort of restart that conversation. And additionally, city staff met with the board of the Cotati Historical Society to get their input as well, given their connection to the property. And so based on the preliminary work conducted, I will say the prior, like the rebuilding of the water tower and the refurbishment of the ranch house, plus just the site assessment, the structural assessment and just general site assessment was done by Archaeologics. And they also hosted some of the workshops, the public workshops that we had on this. So they proposed to bring this to the next step, which is to put together fully schematic designs, work through all the design issues, so that we know exactly what we would be building there, and what the space programming would be, what the costs would be. Produce 3D renders and other graphics that would be helpful for people to envision what the long-term plan is, as well as a series of public engagements to kind of work through these designs. And then ultimately be able to use this as a basis for just fundraising, for trying to raise support in the community for rebuilding the barns. And that's attached to the staff report is an agreement, or a scope of work, I should say, from Archaeologics to accomplish moving it from the public input we've had so far and the sort of general scope of the project to a more schematic design that we could actually use to get us not to fully construction ready, but just a little bit short of that, but enough to hopefully raise funds to at least in part fund the construction and reconstruction of these two structures. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any about it.
Questions? All right. Is there anyone in the room who would like to make a public comment? Can we go to Zoom, please?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a public comment on this item. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any comments or would like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Archaeologics for schematic design of the Volanda Faletti Ranch Barn and Brooder House.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, passes unanimously. All point, and we're going to move on to item 13F, receive and file the fiscal year 2022-23 popular annual financial report, PAFR.
We like our acronyms. So good evening, Mayor, council members, fellow staff in the community who's still here participating. Tonight, I'll be presenting on the annual financial report to the community for the fiscal year ended, and I'm going way back in time. We're looking for everything else in the future for our housing, all these great things at the barn and the field, but I'm still stuck in the past, unfortunately. We got to wrap things up. So this is for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. So next slide, please. In this presentation, we'll briefly go over the Administrative Services Department goals that this addresses, what a PAFR is, what a GFOA is, and what's included within our PAFR for the city. Next slide. So as a department, we continue to strive at providing the highest level of reporting to the public. And some of those reports include, the next slide, the citywide annual budget, our budget in brief, which again is a brief document for our community, the annual comprehensive financial report, or ACFR, the popular annual financial report, the PAFR. We have continuous ongoing reporting that we have to do for state mandates. So everything that we have in the ACFR, we then have to translate into different numbers and groupings and stuff for the state. And so we do significant reporting for our streets, financials and transactions reports to the state. And we have our continued maintenance of efforts reports that we do as well for different jurisdictions or for different fundings that we receive. So we do have award-winning documents, and most of those are through the GFOA, or the Government Finance Officers Association. So last year we did receive an award for our PAFR. Next slide. So what is the GFOA? It's an established professional organization that includes encouragement to all governments of all types to provide consistent financial data in an appropriate manner. And the financial data is not just annual financial statements, it includes the budgets as well. And now they're really focusing on, okay, these standardized financial documents, which was the ACFR, which was adopted earlier in the session. How do we translate this to something that's available for the layman? And that's where they really provided some basic foundation for providing a PAFR, the popular annual financial report. So what the GFOA does for their awards programs is they provide standards for what you need to meet in order to get an award. And then they have professionals within the industry, either outside auditors or other like-minded individuals. They go through and independently review those criteria against the documents to make sure that you're meeting requirements from GASB, again, another acronym, for proper financial reporting, that it's a clean audit. You have to have a full annual comprehensive report completed and subjected to audit in order to do a PAFR and submit it for an award. So we make sure we're going above and beyond, because the minimum requirement for a city, especially a city of our size, is really just the basic financial statements. That's all that's required for us to do. But us wanting to move forward and provide the best reports possible, including transmittal letter and our management discussion analysis and translations, the statistic summaries and stuff that are included within the ACFR, put us in a better standing for transparency, as well as ability for our banking industry to have a better idea of where we are and where we financially stand for the bonds that we do have. So as soon as the meeting's over, I will send over, hey, you know, this got adopted from council. Here you can submit it over to the banks that we have the bonds through. Next slide. So what is a PAFR? I kind of went over a little bit, but it really is a simplified version of our financial statements, as well as a summary of where the city is and what we do. So the GFOA established this to encourage, to assist state and local governments to extract the bits of information that's important to the community and report on specific items within that. There's also a significant amount that we do around promoting this once we've created it and provided it to you at council. I'm sorry I don't have any printed documents here tonight. I usually do, so you guys can have them, so you can take them out with you, but I will have them soon. And then we will also do some community outreach. We usually do a quiz on our Facebook account where we put out random questions that are kind of hidden in our PAFR to get people engaged in looking through our very simple document. So next slide. We do submit this PAFR to the GFOA for their review. We must clearly indicate within the document that there is a whole nother document that this is really dumbing down. So if you want additional details, there's significantly more information, more than 200 pages of information that's readily available, as well as availability of city staff to help with any questions or if they want more information about us at any point in time. We also contain information on specific funds. We have to designate what funds we are including and properly disclose what we're including. And we include the citywide picture because it reports it on a similar function as a business. And so we want that kind of comparability. This is how people are used to looking at a business and what their expenses would be categorized in. And so that's under the GAAP accounting and what we include in our financial PAFR. Some of the appropriate narrative and graphics, those are included as well to help kind of direct some comparability, things that we include in our statistics section, and we want to kind of present that as a part of our community as well. Next slide. So again, we really try and focus on our community within the PAFR because this is their financial standing as well as what we're doing. So it provides that history of the city, which is really kind of derived from the Historical Society information as well as other information available on our city website. Some key demographics and facts, photos of the city council members as of 6/30/2023, because again, I'm stuck in the past, and a list of the services and information that's available online at City Hall. I'm gonna have to emphasize even more on there, the SAFE team that we have available. And then also asking them to re-engage with us on what their priorities are on the city. So that's something we have in there, a couple different places for them to engage in our next budget planning sessions because these do come out right before budget. Next slide. We also try and highlight the goals and accomplishments that were included because these are just numbers. Numbers, I know I enjoy them, but they're kind of boring for a lot of people. So we want to make sure we have a glossy picture of, you know, what is really happening in the city. Maybe you didn't see that all the west side streets got improved because you don't drive through that area. So having those pictures of the, you know, different areas and descriptions of, you know, what the cost was to the city in order to do all that work is significant, as well as our economic development support, what we're doing there for our housing. If our housing is a concern, you know, what are we doing there to address those? Next slide. So the nitty-gritty of the financial data. So we include the highlights for the fiscal year 22-23. We provide a comparative statement of net position, which you won't find in our financial statements. So it's something a little bit different where we're providing more comparability. It was suggested for us to add even more years in there. So we're trying to figure out for next year if we can add more years for comparability, but there's limited space in the space that there is because we wanted to still keep it brief. We have the comparative statement of activities, the summary of revenues and expenses with a brief description of what those classifications are. And again, the 10-year comparative revenues and expenses and a little graphic on our property tax. Because a lot of citizens assume that we're mostly funded from our property tax, so this is a way to let them know that it is only 10%. So we'll get to that in a second. Next slide. So what were the highlights? So if I can even summarize the 8-page document even more. So net position improved by $3 million from the citywide balance of, excuse me, I scratched out my note here, of $54.9 million in the prior year to $57.9 million. This is primarily due to a restricted increase related to the sale of the property at the Park and Ride lot. where the funds are held in that escrow account for the replacement lots. Currently, the other assets, which include assets, investments in short-term receivables, increased by 13.1 million, and it's primarily related to the increase in capital assets of 8.4 million and increase in cash and other assets of 4.6, of which a piece of that is the escrow held funds for the park and ride lot. The general fund end of year fund balance was 10.2 million, and an almost 7.4% increase from last year's 9.5 million. Next slide, please. So packet page 426, as we're digging into the very end. So what is a statement of net position? What is it used? So it is a balance sheet in effect. So it shows our assets, liabilities, and instead of assets, liabilities, equity, we have fund balance instead of equity in our balance sheet. So it's used to indicate what the financial condition is of the city at the point in time that the report was done. So it doesn't show a picture over time, it's just at that point in time. So a good example of that is if I received a check the very next day, it's not going to be included, it's because it didn't exist at that point in time. So I might have received a whole different amount. So it's right then. So increases in assets were primarily due to one-time receivables for the sale of the park and ride and the restricted escrow account. Increase in current and long-term liabilities were due to the final drawdown on the street's debt. So we layered those, so we only did an initial drawdown of a certain amount, and then the remaining was drawn down a year later. So we weren't accruing interest on that debt or paying interest on that debt at that time because we didn't require it for the projects because they were still being planned and being rolled out. So that was that additional drawdown. The ACFR management discussion analysis provides the high-level summaries of the changes in the total net position. So that is kind of the discussion down the bottom. Is a full discussion on these changes is included in our ACFR. Next slide. Another chart that we include within the PAFR is the net position over the last 10 years, and it's probably for the city. It's primarily made up of investments in capital assets. These investments are the city's infrastructure, such as streets, roads, wells, drainage systems, everything. You know it. Anything we're building, less their accumulated depreciation because we are reporting this on the GAAP basis. So there is depreciation that's a little bit different than the fund financial statements, where there's no depreciation, it's just expense. And for the first time, because we did have that debt service, we do also record it net of outstanding debt. So that is a difference that we've had this year because we didn't have debt related to capital assets previously. The decline in net position during 14 and 15, which doesn't really look like a decline because you don't have future or you don't have prior years anymore, was due to the implementation of new accounting rules. So those were a little bit lower when you had 12, 13 in there before. It was pretty dramatic looking at the difference, but now it's kind of low. It looks like the starting off point. Next slide. So this is on packet page 428. So this is a statement of activities, which is our income statement. So this covers all the activities for the periods of time from the beginning of a fiscal year to the end of the fiscal year. It's used to show as a performance indicator how much revenue did we bring in compared to expenses. So this is really what our budgeting basis is. And again, this is on GAAP financial statements, not on our typical fund, which is what we do our budget based on. Included within this is the program revenues as well as general revenues. So those are specifically segregated within the financial statements as GFOA requirements and GASB requirements in order to track what revenues are regular occurring revenues, sales tax, property tax, interest. They like to group down there as other, and then program revenues, which are fees or grants in those categories. So what's happening in Cotati? So we have an increase in program revenues, but it's decreasing for government operations. It's related to our grants contributions of over $800,000 we received in the prior year. The decreases in charges for business type activities were due to reduced connection fee revenues for water and sewer funds as developments changed. The increases in general revenues is primarily related to increased property tax. Interestingly enough, not really the sales tax, which we kind of had budgeted, we knew was going to be pretty flat. And the other revenues, which is related to, again, the sale of the property. Total expenses increased by approximately 16.5%, which is due to the additional discretionary payment. But we also had, with this, we have, with our increase in capital, we have increased depreciation and interest expense for the first time. So that's really what's coming into play with this, is that as our assets are getting better valued, we have higher depreciation comparatively. So that's also significantly increasing. Next slide. So I'm not going to dig too deep into this, but this is just another pie form of where the revenues, the money comes from when you kind of slice and dice it by the different departments and the sources. So it's very similar to kind of the box graph they provide with the revenues for the city, but it also does include the water and sewer components and breaks out the contributions from grants and other services. So where we have those other services are usually on the bottom left corner on the other box graph that we go over. That's where these grants would be, is in that bottom corner as well. And it's just not broken out by department. Next slide. So expenses, again, as we just went over, this kind of shows that overall, we have a significant piece that's going to wastewater. And again, that is purely, really purely the treatment costs. Our operations piece of it is much lower compared to the treatment costs for that. As well as the water, a significant piece of that is the water purchase, which has been declining over the last few years as people are saving more water and we've used a little bit more from our wells. But overall, it's in line with where we were. Next slide. So again, another picture of the same information where it's showing the revenues compared to expenses for the last 10 fiscal years. It had a decrease in 2013, it's not showing, and then one-time increases in 2014 and 16, which were primarily related to infrastructure grants and contributions matching those grants. So revenue from 16 through 19 have also increased due to Measure G, now Measure S sales tax, and city expenses have remained fairly consistent over time, but have seen an increase in the past 2 years or 3 years now due to significant investments in capital throughout the city. So our property tax, our literally dollar bill, we put in there shows the allocation of the property taxes as collected through the county and then distributed to the different agencies. Interesting to note, our actual allocation on a dollar basis of your property taxes that are sent to the county has been reduced from 11 cents last year to 10 cents this year. Again, it's just because there's more money being collected and sent somewhere else, so proportionately for every dollar we're receiving less. Next slide. So in the next piece of this is, okay, we've produced the PAFR, we're putting everything out there to the GFOA with our budget, our ACFR, and now our PAFR. Sorry, I want to just stop. So we do, within the PAFR, probably the most important thing is we have an acronyms table of contents and an acronyms little highlight. So, because there are so many things within there that we want to make sure that people, even though it's brief, and us keeping it briefer by using those acronyms, we have that included within there. But so it's now an opportunity to promote this and distribute it out to our community and make them aware of this report that we have provided for them, its uses, and get their feedback so that we can see what they want, what they don't want, if there's different information, and if they're to get them to participate and learn more about what's happening with their city finances. Next slide. And that's all I have to present for you this evening.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I had one question, which is going back a few pages to the statement of activities. And I'm sorry, my iPad is not showing me what packet page that is, but maybe 446 for the slide.
Yes.
On the fiscal year 22-23 column, it talks about under expenses, interest on long-term debt, about $500,000. My understanding is that's from some of the work we did to reduce our pension obligation and sort of transferred some. Is that correct?
Yes, so some of that is for that and some of it is for the streets bonds.
Okay.
So it was a combination of both of them. Some of it was for the pension obligation, and then we do have the additional street bond that we have related to our street work that we've done.
But wasn't the street kind of mixed in there where we were using money to pay down our pension obligation as part of that whole plan?
So we had reserve funds available in the general fund that we used those funds from the general fund to pay down an additional ADP.
Right.
And so there was funds available because they weren't being used on streets.
Right.
And then we then used the bonds funding from the streets to pay for the streets.
Okay. So is there anywhere on here, because it looks as though we just incurred all this new debt from this, but it doesn't really show how we're actually saving money because the debt portion that is going towards pension obligation is actually, we're paying like a lower interest rate here than we would have to CalPERS, right?
Absolutely. Yes, we're paying significantly lower rates on our debts than we would be paying to CalPERS. CalPERS has the 6.8% currently minimum that we would be paying. And our debts, I believe we received 3.8% on our debt service. Right. And so we will be bringing back another update on our pension liability in the next month.
Okay.
And so we'll have another discussion on that because it's hard to quantify. We have some initial savings that we discussed when we started, and then CalPERS had significant gains and then significant losses, and then now we're going off it again. So, so to say, yes, we have reduced costs because our interest that we're paying on what we had as the ADP is significantty less than what they charge us in interest is the bottom line. I think,
that's what I just wanted to clarify. That even though it looks like an increase in debt service, it's actually a portion of that is a decrease from what we would be paying
from the line. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Were there any public comments? Zoom?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon if you'd like to make a public comment. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment.
Okay, thank you. Any further comment? Yeah.
Just one brief comment. I want to echo Mayor Sparks's point that on page 7 of the actual report, PAFR, that in future years that line on the interest on the long-term debt could use another sentence that points out that we took on this debt because it's replacing higher interest debt, essentially, our unfunded pension obligations. I don't know how you say that, but I think in future years that would be a good place to put that.
Absolutely, and I think there's a good footnote within our financial statements that we specifically call out within there to say, kind of what you said, and then point out the footnote on the financials.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, and if this is for this is the popular one, just for people in the community to understand why that debt is there. Yeah. Okay, now I don't believe you need a vote or anything on this. We have received it and we have duly filed it, and we are done. Okay, that'll take us to the city manager's report.
All right, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So some potentially good news from SCTA. SCTA compiles these lists from each jurisdiction of the top transportation priority projects that are and then tries to match them up with available funding sources. And for the city, funds have been obligated under this program to the Redwood Drive Cypress Avenue paving project, which is about to start. Also the sidewalk gap closure projects, which is, as you guys know, just starting design work. Well, we've had some other past ones too, but after meeting with each agency, SCTA staff made recommendations it had $9 million in money to program, and it included $1 million for the city's Highway 116 corridor safety project, which is the 116. Yeah, so that it's probably a $5-ish million project, so we're not there yet, but as we progress through design, I think at least that's been our experience, is that once you have a fully designed, ready to go project, money just tends to find its way towards your project because you're ready to go, as opposed to just going around with a hat asking for money with no project. Doesn't work as well. So hopefully that's going to continue helping us bridge that gap and have a complete project on West Cotati and 116. The Cypress Sewer and Redwood Cypress paving projects, both those contracts have been signed. Construction kickoff meetings are happening this week for the Cypress Sewer replacement project, and also next week for the Redwood Drive Cypress Avenue street rehabilitation project. Obviously, the street project's going to wait a bit until the weather allows it to move forward, and we also want to get the sewer work done ahead of it, at least on Cypress. Updates on this can be found on the city's projects page. Regarding the storm that we just had last week, West Sierra was reopened, as you all know, after PG&E replaced the damaged power pole. There was a power pole along West Cotati. The top got clipped by a tree branch and broke the top of the power pole, so they had to they fixed it initially, and then they turned the power back off to actually replace the pole. So fortunately, they did that. So I think, aside from that and some just real minor flooding, the city came out pretty well from the storm, so no major damage to speak of. Right now on the city's website, we have the Plex Housing Survey. So take that. If you haven't seen it yet, go on the website and you can find it on the news headlines from the homepage. And we want people's input on residential design. So right now, we're working on some draft objective design standards for single family and Plex housing. This is 2 to 9 unit housing. And this online survey is a visual preference survey. And if you take the survey, you could be entered into a prize drawing for a $25 gift certificate for Mezzaluna, which is the new Greek restaurant on La Plaza. So if that wasn't incentive enough just to take the survey, you also could get a gift card. Tomorrow, February 14th, we'll be delivering our Valentine grams throughout Cotati and some parts of Rohnert Park. And if you missed purchasing the Valentine gram, we also are offering bunny grams to be delivered during the week of Easter. And each bunny gram will include a basket with stuffed eggs and a small stuffed animal. Next Saturday, February 24th, we're hosting our second community input workshop on Sunflower Park here at City Hall at 1 p.m. You can also join via Zoom if you can't make it in person. So we've had an initial meeting. This is a second meeting with some concept layouts for people to give us their preference on. We're also going to be doing an online survey as well for people that can't make the physical meeting. So there'll be multiple ways to participate in that. Coming up in March is our Camp Cotati Spring Break Camp during the week that the children have the week off. So we're holding camp Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. each day. And the kids will be making crafts, playing games, and have outside time. So that's just right around the corner. And then later in March, we have our annual bunny brunch, where families can enjoy brunch, photos with the bunny, and children can participate in the egg hunt. There's only 2 places left in the 9 a.m. session, and the 9:45 session is sold out. So if you're interested in elbowing some kids out of the way for some eggs, then you got to sign up quick. And then summer camp registration is open. We have Camp Cotati Day Camp for 9 weeks this summer, 6 weeks of Sandy Loam Farm Camp, Spanish Camp, and multiple children's theater camps. And if anyone's interested in any of those rec programs, go to the rec page on the city website to find more information as well as to sign up. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
One quick one that the sewer project reminded me of. Now that there is a working meter for our outflow to the treatment plant, given that storm, do we get like real-time info so we can have a good guess of how much is infiltrating?
Yeah. Yeah.
We get 15-minute real-time data.
Wow.
That's we can just look at any time and then see what the storm reaction is.
And so after this sewer replacement project, we're hoping those numbers go down a tiny bit. Okay, thanks.
I've been asked to ask the question. There have been surveyors on West Cotati. Is that part of the sidewalk program? Do you know? Someone?
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's
Yes.
what I figured. I guessed, but I will let them know now. Thank you. My wife is like, what are they putting little flags in our yard about? I'm like, I think it's the sidewalk. I'm not really sure, so I will let her know. Thank you.
All right, if there's no other questions, we'll move on to city manager or city council member reports. Anybody have, yeah?
I have quite a few, so I'll go through them quickly. I attended the Marin Sonoma Mosquito and Vector Control meeting, and the important things that have happened there for you to know about is during the laboratory update, they have found 6 West Nile virus positive pools, which is not great, and they have found 18 West Nile virus birds within our community. So it's out there, just beware. And we had an informational meeting on the facilities expansion. They're kind of out of room out there, and so they're looking at options. It's a very interesting property out there because it's in like the marshlands, and it's got like, I don't know when they bought it, if they knew really what they were buying, so it's a very hard site for them to be able to work on, but they're working through the things that they can do to do that. Next, I attended, I got an invitation to the Sonoma County Area Agency on Aging Advisory Council meeting, and it seemed, because I'm old, I kind of thought, oh, gee, well, what's this about? So I went to that, and they had some great presentations. The session that I happened to go to, they had some things from Petaluma, Windsor, Roanoke Park, and Healdsburg. So it was really very interesting to hear about some of the things that they are doing for aging in some of the other communities. So that was interesting. I may go again to see what others are doing and see where we can fit in. Next was the Sonoma County Waste Management Agency meeting. And the most important thing to point out on that one is, where's my notes? That we did the, look at the draft work plan and budget. So that was the biggest thing there. And on a side note, on the Waste Management Agency on January 29th, we closed on purchasing property up in Windsor for a North County household hazardous waste. It's the first time the Waste Management Agency has ever owned property, and looks like they're going to be able to get financing to do that. It'll first start with, some of the household hazardous waste, that they have like out at the county landfill, but they're looking to kind of increase other things like solar panels and mattresses, and then have some educational facilities. So that was like pretty exciting to get those keys on that. Next was the Santa Rosa Plain GSA, and that really was some updates about the plan, and we're doing well with moving on our plan. And we had a couple of budget adjustment items that we had to address there. Then I attended the League of California Cities Public Safety Policy Committee, and that there was some interesting bills, but it looks like the ones that we looked at and talked about have died. So I won't go into details since they died, but that was interesting. And then I attended the mosquito and vector control annual conference from 121 to 123, which is why I was not here at the last council meeting. Boy, my head was like filled like this. I have, I think, 15 pages of notes. And some of the interesting things were uses of drones and how they're using those in areas that they can't get to. And from a environmental perspective, so that they're not kind of ruining the environment by bringing, you know, the heavy vehicles and things on there. And pretty creative work that a lot of the mosquito and vector control agencies are using with 3D printers. They're making a lot of their traps. They have all kinds of parts that they order for all these different things, and they have to order them in hundreds. And so it gets kind of expensive, and they're, you know, if a part breaks off a tool they have, they're able to take it in and fix it. So they're working through it, but there was a whole bunch of agencies that kind of went through all the different things, but that was pretty interesting, I thought, what was going on there. Let's see. And then SCTA, our CPA, apparently our countywide active transportation plan, Cotati's is first. Now, will that come to us? Will we get to see that? So yeah, they said the draft is done. And so hopefully we will see that soon, yes. And the other thing that they mentioned that we might want to think about is some of the other cities are experimenting on the stop signs. You know how we have people that are running through stop signs? And I know we put those red flashing lights on top. What they're finding is a little bit more effective is the ones with the lights that kind of go all the way around. Apparently it catches people's attention better, so that might be something to look into there. And we went through the annual report. If anybody's interested, I have that. And last but not least, I went to the mayors and council members, as did Laura and Ben. I'll let you guys talk about that. I thought it was an interesting presentation, but I'll let you guys talk about that. That's it for me.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the large stack of supporting materials you have in front of you. Councilmember Lemus?
Yes, I try to summarize mine on here. But so January 25th, I went to the Economic Development Board. They had the economic perspectives. It was a large turnout at Sonoma State University. The chair, chair of the board, David Rabbit, hosted an ag panel. Actually, Noah was at the same event that I was at. He's gone now, but he was there. Dr. Jerry Nicholsberg is an economist that was talking about the roadmap to look at the data. He provided a lot of data. He said the labor force is nearly back to pre-pandemic. The workforce is made of more commuters, and tourism is back. Consumers are consuming now versus waiting. That's the new normal that we're seeing. And they talked about the need for immigration to increase and grow the economy. Inflation is headed down even further. And in the year ahead, they talked about moderating growth with full employment remaining. On the 1st, I went to Sonoma Clean Power on February 1st. The new chair is Director Linda Hopkins, and the new vice chair is Director Brian Barnacle from Petaluma. There was a call out for nonprofits to apply by today's date, the 13th, for the community donation partner, where participants can receive monies from the Grid Savvy Rewards program. There was discussion on the regulatory update, and PG&E's mentioned a lot in some of these meetings. PG&E submitted an application to modify and expand capacity at the Helms facility and pass the cost to bundled customers and those who take services from energy providers, NCCAs like Sonoma Clean Power. That has a potential to raise costs, and Sonoma Clean Power is contributing to a protest that will be submitted on behalf of all CCAs in the state. There's also growing concerns about income graduated fixed charges under AB 205, and a lot of nonprofits, a lot of non-government organizations have signed on, lots of them, on a letter opposing a new utility tax. The core purpose of AB 205 was to promote home electrification, but Sonoma Clean Power, Jeff from Sonoma Clean Power noted that it may accidentally create a grid reliability issues when the California grid is struggling to keep with the current growth in electricity. February 2nd, I went to the Regional Parks Foundation Board, where I'm a board member on that. There's going to be a parks photo contest for landscape photos for any photographers that want to submit landscape photos. Chancellor Ranch over near Bodega Dunes is going to have a soft opening in March. And there's a local group here locally working with Sonoma State University on bridging the trail to Crane Creek Park, which is our nearest regional park here. So that's kind of actively going on right now. On the 9th last week, on the 9th of February, I went to the Sonoma County Hospitality Association, where the Assembly Member Cecilia Aguiar Curry provided a legislative update. She provided a list of legislative wins and discussed potentials for bonds, but at the same time try to be strategic because a lot of times population may reject kind of some of these bonds. She discussed fire insurance and what the state is working on to improve it. And then there was a speaker from the Bay Area Council that talked about ADUs and how they're right now in the state, 15% of stable housing product in the state right now. And there was something about a law that some ADUs can be sold or something. In some states, some other areas are doing it. So I don't know if that's something that's optional here. The state housing production that we know, as we know, is lower than it needs to be. But there's some bills like Prop 1, ACA 1, SCA 1, and BAFA, which we've heard about. There's a meeting coming up, I believe, this week for a housing bomb of 9 counties, including our county. And then there was a domestic, the Tourism Bureau also did survey results where they share the #1 reasons that people haven't visited lately is because there was more interest in visiting other domestic destinations than Sonoma County. And there's lots of data. They're going to put slides on their website for the Hospitality Association. And I'm also been actively planning the Cinco de Mayo festival that we do every year is coming back this year to Roseland. So it's going to be May 5th, Sunday, May 5th. And so that's actively being planned right now. So those are some of the things I attended.
Thank you. Reports from this side.
Hi. So, yeah, I just have 3 quick things. One was the Rotary meeting that I went to as a member of the council, and there was a lady from the Rohnert Park Cotati Animal Services, and she came and, well, I guess it was Zoom, but anyway, she talked about they have a free microchips and pet ID program, and that's for Cotati residents as well, for dogs and cats. And then also free spay or neuter for cats as well. That includes us, Cotati residents. So I thought that was a really interesting thing and cool. And then I went to the Cotati Historical Society Barbecue Planning Committee. And I just wanted to let people know May 19th is going to be the barbecue and car show and auction. And I know it's city adjacent or city function. I'm not exactly sure what the connection there is there. And then and I just wanted to let folks know the Coffee with Kay at the end of this month is not going to happen. And I'm also going to be missing that meeting the day before to go and visit my son, the Marine, in North Carolina, who I've not seen for 18 months, and that is far too long. And so we're going for that for a few days at the end of the month. So I would be happy to, bless you, to do Zoom from there. But my understanding is that, allowing people to come on the base to attend the city council meeting in person is not a viable option. And therefore, I will not be able to attend the next meeting.
All right, thank you.
Okay, 3 things. The Measure O Oversight Committee, I'm on the county's Measure O Oversight Committee as one of the city representatives. So I brought you all copies of the first annual report reflecting a year's worth of action on the Measure O Oversight Committee. That brings in around $30 million a year in a 1/4-cent sales tax countywide to fund mental health services. The committee's biggest push to staff and the county in general is to get the money out the door to meet the needs on the street rather than accumulate fund balances. So the committee keeps pushing on that. The mobile support team requirement for the county going 24/7 is happening, although the county and Santa Rosa are both having trouble making it happen. But we're there. Okay, the Russian River Watershed Association, I staffed their booth I'm vice chair this year, and I'm staffed the booth at the Steelhead Festival last Saturday on the 10th, which was a lot of fun. Their board meeting is next Thursday, and at which I expect to hear an update about the Potter Valley project, which PG&E just reneged on their promise to include the partners in the continued diversion in their plans to get rid of the project. So they just reneged on that, and so everybody's sort of trying to figure out what happens next.
I'm sorry, when did that come
Well, it was
out?
in this morning's paper.
Okay.
Or yesterday's, I don't remember. So PG&E, jettisoned their plans to include the whatever the Eel-Russian partnership is in the surrender plan. And I also attended the Mayors and Council Members Association on Thursday night, at which we heard a presentation about the county's basic income pilot program over the last 2 years. And I'm very interested in this movement, learning more about it. They don't have a lot of results, concrete results to talk about yet, but it was a very interesting program and very inexpensive in terms of, total outlay per family, but significant impact in people's lives. Thanks.
All right, thank you. So I have a few things to report. First, just for the members of the council, since for some of you this is just your second year going through strategic planning, I wanted to remind you that next week's strategic planning meeting is your chance to place priorities that you have for the coming fiscal year on the work plan. And we made sure to get those minutes out today so you can see what people were requesting last year and what we talked about last year. And I also kind of want to, with that announcement about next week, I wanted to segue into the new Mayors and Council Members Academy that I attended. There was a presentation on, I attended several presentations about how to have a good relationship with your city manager, the Brown Act, land use, and city revenues. And I can't remember which one this came out of, but the city of, was it Morgan Hill, had a really nice visual that they presented on how they tracked their strategic plan, their strategic objectives, and their work plan and projects. So I've been working with City Manager Obed, and he produced this beautiful template that has our projects listed out, and then X's showing which strategic goal they're applicable to, and then a progress bar with how far along we are and what the expected completion date is. So you're going to see the strategic plan packet will have a slightly different appearance that I think is going to be really helpful for kind of looking at the projects.
And Mayor, I'll have to say, I can't take total credit for that. Actually, Angela put that together.
Oh, Angela, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, Angela, I think it looked great, so thank you. And then, let's see, I did attend the Water Advisory Committee meeting. A lot of my report is now moot based on what the news that Councilmember Ford just shared, or Vice Mayor Ford just shared. Yeah, but what I can share from that is that the biggest item was that the Water Advisory Committee approved a proposal to use the last 3-year average for determining the rates in the coming year. And what that's going to do for us is there is going to be a rate increase this year, but because we're using the last 3 years instead of the last year, it's going to reduce the rate increase by somewhere around 4%. So that was a notable thing. And then, so just some announcements. We're going to have the Dye Tab Challenge, where you drop dye into your toilet tank and see if there's any leaks, starting Friday through the end of March. And Fix a Leak Week will be March 18th through March 24th. So that's what they're kind of trying to push with the Sonoma Marin Saving Water Partnership. I guess all I'll say about the WAC, the Eel River Project Authority, which is what I think you were talking about. I'm not sure what to make of that change that Vice Mayor Ford announced, but I can say that the governor included the decommissioning of both dams along with the construction of a new facility to maintain the diversion in the salmon strategy document that was just released at the end of January. So even if PG&E is not including that, I'm kind of curious to see how that's going to work together with the governor's salmon strategy. And I think one more thing, the mayors and council members city selection committee met right before the dinner that the three of us attended. Petaluma will be the chair for this year. Roanoke Park will be the vice chair. And at the meeting, there was some discussion in the board meeting that preceded our dinner about some concern about the JPA with regarding libraries, that certain cities are being perhaps not charged the same way for facilities problems and issues as other cities are, even though they should all be treated the same under the JPA. So there was some discontent with the way that JPA is going, and we're going to hear more information about the libraries and the JPA and when the evaluation of the JPA is going to happen at the next mayors and council members meeting on the 14th, tentatively, at the board meeting. They're also looking for ideas for new topics that people want to hear about at Mayors and Council Members Association meetings. So if anyone has ideas, you can let Lauren Burgess know that directly, or you can let me know. And Cotati is slated to host the meeting on April 11th. So we'll be hosting dinner in the Cotati room for the general membership on Thursday, April 11th. And that's the end of my report. Okay, so I think we are going to go into closed session now, where we'll be discussing, sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Moving too fast. So we now have public comment on non-action agenda items.
I'm coming. This is about a couple things. Sorry. I'm very tired because I was relegated to the last thing here. I have no problem with the new chief. He's going to need a psychology degree to his degrees to heal this city of all the damage that Chief Parrish has done and how he bullied so many citizens. He needs to talk to old like Eric and Craig Guyton and find out what really has happened in this city. There's been multiple civil rights suits, police brutality, things that have been settled, and he needs to know all about that. The other thing is this whole thing of having a new police chief, you didn't let anybody know except in the meetings. We had what do you need what do you want in your next police chief? Nothing. It had to be, I'm the one informing the public that Chief Parrish is retiring, and then today is, okay, I get the thing in it, okay, we're getting a new police chief. We had no public input. Again, behind closed doors. I mean, how many things are you going to do behind closed doors? Because you're doing a hell of a lot. Okay. I want to bring that up. Now, a little more, less case thing on the animals. I wanted to tell you of the story of Milo, who is from the Roanoke Park Animal Shelter. And we adopted him about 3 weeks ago. And he was the problem child of the animal shelter. He had been returned repeatedly, had been there for 5 months. He was an escape artist, and he did 24/7 meowing, which got him returned a lot. Well, put him in our backyard. He loves Cotati. He has stopped meowing. He the director says he has the perfect home in Cotati. So he loves the fields, he loves the peacocks, he loves everything about Cotati. So we got one happy cat. So thank you.
All right, thank you for sharing that. Do we have any Zoom comments?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to the Zoom audience, please use the raise hand icon if you'd like to make a public comment. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go to closed session. We'll be discussing public employee appointment title, city attorney, and conference with city labor negotiators. All right, let's take like a 5-minute break and then reconvene for closed session.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to report out and begin the meeting again. We have nothing to report from closed session. Was there any information received after the agenda was posted?
There was one letter received regarding the resolution for Carl Schulman from a member of the community who knew him as well as the additional pages provided by Angela for some funny printing that happened with the packet, 2 pages.
All right, thank you. And with that, we will adjourn the meeting.